Yo, yo. Hey, there we go. There we go. Now we live. Now y'all can hear me. Drop a SOP in the comments if you can hear me. There we go. Now you can hear me. Drop a SOP in the comments if you can hear me. These bots stay coming in here. SOP. Can you hear me? All right, shout out to my cosmic P pushes. We here again, standing on motherfucking principle, all the way from the cosmos down to Mount motherfucking Coof. Deep down, she knows that we standing on principle over here. That's why she ain't going nowhere, because we the real solid ones that stand on principle. As always, you remember this right here at the bottom of my screen. And what does it say at the bottom of my screen? It says, no obstacles will apprehend you. Prosper over pain. Huh? Principle on principle. POP, principle on principle. That's what we standing on over here. You're just joining us, your first time joining us over here. We like to keep this shit slick talk, aka occult talk, aka esoteric talk, at the same time with some motherfucking drip to this shit, with some P to this shit. The P is the principle. We're gonna always push P. So remember this. Can you hear that? I don't even see. That was fucked up because it supposed to play the music, but it ain't playing. It supposed to play the intro, but it ain't playing. Yo, bro, I don't know what's going on with the app today. Let me check these comments, see who coming, who's showing up. Yes, we're religious. We worship pussy over here. I am the highest of the pussy worshippers. I am your Lord and Savior, Sir Pussy. Hey, can you hear me, J. By here? Am I coming through clear? Am I coming through clear? Cause my what's the name ain't, I can't loud and clear. All right, well, try this shit one more time. Hold up. It's probably because the screen share is showing up. Stop screen share. None of that shit is working, bro. Well, it is what it is, bro. I don't know what's up. I guess we still in the retrograde. Mercury still in the microwave. So whatever we gotta do to deal with that shit, we gonna deal with that shit, bro. We gonna deal with that shit. We already been live 6 minutes. I don't wanna waste the folks' time. We on what we on. I wanna show something off right here. I'm gonna show something off right here. My homegirl actually dropping that shit in the comments. This is not that time we on, why? Yeah, it can be a pain, bro. It can be a pain. It's been working perfectly the past couple streams, but now it's on some other shit. Boom, right here. So, my homegirl who I had on here the other week, she remember I told y'all she does portal art, right? She does portal art, and I had a dream one day, and a sigil came to me in my dream, and she took that sigil and made it into some portal art. This right here means a lot. This right here means a lot, and it's also encoded with binary code. Remember, we still talking about these spirals. Remember, we got these spirals going on here. And at center point, the first swirlings, if you heard of Kether, the first swirlings. Oh, yes, sir. Yeah, she does beautiful artwork. So I had to give a big shout out to my homegirl Narisia for making this beautiful piece of artwork right here, this portal for I, to show to you all. And if you're seeing this, I'm putting some magic on you, but don't worry, it's prosperity magic. That ain't nothing evil, baby. We ain't got time for that type shit right here. No way. If you're seeing this, this is prosperity right here. We'll get into that another day. So, what are we here for today? We know what we're here for today, right? The music. You can hear the music? I can't hear it. Hold up. So this whole time the music was playing? Why the fuck can't I hear it? Well, I think I turned it down, Wayne. Appreciate that. Damn. He said, yeah, it's bumping. Bro, I can't hear nothing. What up, Trav? Peace, Trav. Peace, peace, peace. What the fuck? For like a minute or two. Okay, not the whole time. Damn, y'all, that shit crazy. Cause I had a little intro, little song I was gonna rap and play. Wasn't meant. It must not been meant. Must not been meant. What the fuck? Peace, Wayne and Trav, J by hell. Everybody in the chat, if you just joined, hit that like button, man. Just hit that like button, man. We got a whole lot of shit going on around here, but it don't matter what I tell you. If anything pops up that seems random or seems out of place, that seems to be stressful, don't matter because we standing on motherfucking principle. He said I was about to cook, but no, yeah, appreciate that, bro. Yeah, tell me, bro, appreciate it, because I honestly did not know that music was going on. I tried to play it at the beginning in the last video stream, and then the camera wouldn't turn on. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? God damn. So we back here this week, this Sunday, for the Group Mind, Chapter 3. Chapter 3 of Miss Dion Fortune, Applied Magic. So she finna get into this group mind shit, and oh my god. She's a baddie. She's a baddie. You talk about spiritual baddies. She's a spiritual baddie. So I guess enough time has been wasted, y'all. I wouldn't say wasted, but enough time has been used. It's going to tap in and do what the fuck we do. So, chapter 3. No, remember, let's go over what we went over last week. Last week we went over the occult way. You don't have to live and force yourself to live like a mystic under the guise of that's what you spiritually should be doing. And really what you're trying to do is run away and go towards escapism. Escapism is not the answer. You got to deal with what you're dealing with. Your dharma over here is what the fuck it is. Your karmic, your causes and effects from past lives that brought you into this point. She said, not saying that and I'm basing off of what she said, not saying that anything is wrong with it, but make sure your soul, your spirit is actually calling from that. Make sure that you got to really ask your higher self, get in higher rapport with your higher self, and actually ask yourself, is that the route that I really need to be taking, or am I just trying to escape the pressures over here? Remember what Dion Fortune said in Mystical Bible, that she can describe God in one word, it would be pressure. Remember what we talked about when we talked about Mayat? What does Mayat do? She increases the pressure. She's not here to uplift the suffering souls, here to increase the pressure on your ears to that egg crack. And when that egg crack, you finally realize that you are Mayat. All right. Then we got into the practical applications of occultism. What did we get from that whole chapter? That whole chapter, she just broke down on how you need to restructure your mind frame. What is your mind set? You need to not attack those unuseful, inappropriate terms and way in your belief systems, the way that you believe in yourself, the way that the shit that you believe about yourself, the way that you believe in culture, the shit that you believe about in culture, the way that you perceive God, your highest aspiration of your highest understanding of God. All this shit needs to be broken down. The way you perceive magic, the way you perceive good and evil. She talked about breaking down those forms, and she even tapped into a little elementals, dealing with the elemental spirits. And obviously, Travis Majors, LVX777, right here in the motherfucking comments. He has an elemental course that you should take to go deeper in a dive of that. God's cat says, I just realized yesterday I can't escape into portals to get to next arrangements. Well, guys, cats, I'm gonna tell you, if you can't get into these portals, it's probably not your time. And I'm not even being funny because I don't know if you are a bot or not. But I have tried to send myself through portals as well and got turned around because it wasn't that time. And then years later, I tried to go through that same portal again. I was allowed. I was allowed. So work still needs to be put in. And that's nothing to shit on or shame on. I'm not shitting or shaming on it. I'm telling you my experience. I've been through that. We've been there before. Couldn't get through. Work still needs to be put in before you can get through whatever level that portal. What are we really talking about here, right? We're really talking about perceptions, right? Higher levels of perceptions, right? We're really talking about higher levels of perceptions when we're talking about going through portals. And why we can't get through them because we're not ready for that level. We're not ready to be initiated in that, and for lack of better terms, for that level just yet. But you will get there. Keep going, God's cats. I like cats. Cats are cool. So, with that being said, yep. With that being said, let's hop in. Shout out Trav, J Ball here. Let's get it on. It says the term chapter 3, the group mind. Let's get into it. She says the term group mind is sometimes used loosely among occultists as if it were interchangeable with group soul. As if it were interchangeable with group soul. The two concepts are, however, entirely distinct. The group soul is the raw material of the mind stuff. Where's my highlighters here? She says the group soul is the raw material of the mind stuff out of which each individual consciousness is differentiated by the experience. The group mind is built up of contributions of many individualized consciousness concentrating upon the same idea. Sunshine Chick, stand on motherfucking principle. Wow. We stand on principle. Wow. Cosmic P. Wow. So, what did she just say? So, she's equating the group soul with the mind stuff. Sheeta. And then she's saying the group mind is more dealing with the individualized consciousness. What does that mean? That's dealing with more egregores, right? Concentrating upon the same idea. Now, remember, it sounds like what we're about to get into right here is egregores, right? Thought forms. That's what she specifically talked about in the last chapter. She called them thought forms, right? The mind stuff, right? Shout out to Trail. The mind stuff, the Shita. The high priestess. Mm. Mm. The group soul and the Damn, I ain't got my cards over here. See if I can pull that card up while we looking. Hopefully, I ain't got to go through all 72. They're the Empress. Oh, not too far. Remember what Trav just talked about in the last video? How they sit in that middle to get through that passage, that portal? Huh? Look at that. She sits there. The Shita, the group mind. I mean the group soul. The Shita. There's a whole bunch of data stacked up, right? The mind stuff. She said the group soul is the raw material of the mind stuff, out of which individual consciousness is differentiated by experience, right? The group soul, the group mind is built up of the contributions, right? So we have the raw material of the mind stuff, and then we have contributions from each individualized consciousness that concentrated on one idea. So when you look at this card, right? When you look at the high priestess card, there's a whole bunch of mind stuff or minds that have been concentrated on it. And it sits somewhere, right? In the etheric plane, in the astral plane. And when you tap into it, you get these keys that unlock for you because this is a spirit, right? This is an egregor, right? This right here holds keys that can be figured out by meditating upon them. Trav gave you a whole bunch of cards on this most recent video to tell you to meditate upon. Let us concentrate. Let us hold up. Let us take a concrete instance to make this clear. During the height of his popularity, Marshal Joffrey visited England and was accorded a great ovation. Check this out. While driving from his hotel to the mansion house to be received by the Lord Mayor, his car passed through many streets. Individuals recognized him and stared, but no demonstration was made. But when he came to the crowded mansion house crossing, policemen held up the traffic, saluting. The crowd saw that something was afoot. He was recognized. His name passed from mouth to mouth, and in a moment there was a wave of the wildest enthusiasm. Self-contained, placid people were lifted and carried away by the wave of excitement, and found themselves shouting and waving their hats like maniacs. Note the difference between the behavior of the crowd when it functioned as a crowd from the behavior of isolated individuals. However numerous, who merely started or stared with interest, but displayed no emotion. Who displayed no emotion. Hold up. It says Gnosis. Scroll up for another tip connected to that meditation I dropped in the chat. Damn, I missed it. Was it this one, J by here? Psalms 1 Psalm what damn 119 is organized into verses connected to the Hebrew alphabet. Read the verses that connect to the cards for the portal. Y'all see that? Psalm 119 is organized into verses connected to the Hebrew alphabet. Read the verses that connect to the cards for the portal. God damn, J by here. That's what I'm talking about. Oh shit, I can rewatch this video. Because I'm definitely gonna tap in. Look at her right there. Look at the beautiful Hasaja. Welcome, welcome, Hasaja. Welcome, Hasaja. And that's okay. And that's okay. And that's okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, J Bye. I see you comment. I got you. Got you. Psalms 119. I ain't know that many goddamn verses in there. Verse or chapter 1, verse 19. Is that what you're saying? Drop it in the comments. So So we had a person that drove through who was this guy who had a great accomplishment, right? Drove through the crowd, everybody stared at him with interest, but nobody had no emotion was had. No emotion was had, right? But soon as the police officers, these isolated individuals, stood and blocked traffic and saluted them, then everybody went crazy, right? So this incident brings to mind another mansion house incident, very illustrative of crowd psychology and the group mind. Check this out. This is what we get into, the group mind. You know, everybody running around saying, all these words that come from a group mind. Let's quantum jump. We're going to the fifth dimension. Monitoring spirits. Spiritual baddies. low vibrational, whatever the fuck, right? The group mind. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with it, but this is a group mind. This is an entity that's walking with this right here. And she's going to get into it. I know she is. Many years ago, Abdul Hamid, the detested Sultan, the detested Sultan of Turkey, visited England. He too was received by the Lord Mayor and drove to the mansion house. Exactly same scenes were repeated, but with a different emotional content. He drove, hold up. He drove in safety through the crowded streets, individuals staring open mouthed at the notorious visitor, but making no demonstrations. But when the traffic was held up for him at the Mansion House crossing, the crowd recognized him. From those quiet, sober, middle-aged city men, there went up a howl of excretion, like the cry of a pack of wolves. The crowd surged forward as one man. The crowd surged forward as one man, and it was with the greatest difficulty that he was saved from being dragged from his carriage. Same thing, different situation, different emotion going on, right? Which of those individual city men, unadventurous clerks, content with their deaths, would have assaulted the aged in Augustus Abdul Hamid single handedly? Huh? Which one? Yet, when caught up in the wave of crowd emotion, check this out, caught up in the wave of crowd emotion, capable of making a savage attack amid a babble of animal snarlings, for the moment, something like an obsession. Check this out. For the moment, something like an obsessing entity took possessions of the souls of all and each. Hope y'all listening. Hit that like button. A vast something of a character, which was not the sum of the mass of individual souls, but vaster, more potent, more fiercely and vividly alive and conscious of its impulses. Yet at ordinary times the thronging crowds at the mansion house crossings go each their own way, absorbed in their own thoughts, indifferent to, oblivious of their neighbors. What was it that turned this mass of hurrying indifferent units into a united band uplifted by the enthusiasm of an ideal or an organism capable of dangerous violence? Does this not align with your football teams? Or does this not align with us black people once we see a black man get murdered by the police? Does this not align with Trump's followers? It's an entity that comes and take over. It's an entity that it's an elemental that found some shit to latch on to and grow and come with its own agenda. It's a thought form. J by here just dropped that in the chat, y'all. Should be able to see it. I think I just pinned it in the chat. Let me know if it's pinned in the chat. It should be pinned. This is the same group mind energy. So the same thing happens when I'm dark side, nigga, the evil side, Baphomet, nigga. I'm right. I'm on the right path, love and light. You see what I'm saying? There's also a group mind. You know what I'm saying? Dealing with, how do I say this? You know, Trav, Bible Hub, where they get downright and nasty with the word of Jesus the Christ. They get freaky over there. It's a hub. See? And then there's a hub, right? There's a hub. Hub is a collection of a whole bunch of shit. It's a collection of group mind, right? Right or wrong? It's a hub. Let's hub together with our Bibles. Sling our rod. The key to the whole situation lies in the direction of the attention. Y'all crazy, bro. The key to the whole situation lies. Oh shit! I'm water. The key to the situation lies in the direction of the attention of a number of people to a common object, which they all feel strongly in the same way. Right? Direction of attention to a common object without emotion. Hold up, hold up. Direction of attention to a common object without emotion does not have the same effect. Direction, listen, listen. This is magic. This is magic. Emotion directed. Let me highlight that. Let me highlight that. Direction of attention to a common object without emotion does not have the same effect. The electric signs of Piccadilly Circus, though crowds stand and watch them, do not cause the formation of a group mind, right? The electric signs of a Piccadilly Circus, though crowds stand and watch them, they do not cause the formation of group mind. With these data to assist us, let us consider the problem in its occult applications. Okay. What it what is this strange oversoul that forms and disperses so swiftly when a number of people are of one mind in one place? For an explanation, we must consider the theory of artificial elements. Oh, Miss Dion Fortune, are you hinting at artificial elements? Thought I was going to say intelligence, didn't you? An artificial, man, check this out, man. We're finna get into it tonight. An artificial elemental or artificial elemental is a thought form ensouled by elemental essence. An artificial element is a thought form ensouled by elemental essence. The essence may be drawn directly from the elemental kingdoms, or it may be derived from the magician's own aura. Did you hear it? A thought form built up by continual visualization and concentration concerning which a strong emotion is felt becomes charged with that emotion and is capable of an independent existence outside the consciousness of the creator. What are you doing with your sigils? What did I just show y'all? My new sigil right here. It's charged up. It's charged up. It originally, hold up, man. It originally came last year, last November. This is the original sigil. It came to me in my fucking dream, right? If you've heard me talk about it before, hear it again. Fuck it. It came to me in my dream. Woke up, bam. Didn't know what the fuck I was supposed to do with it. Didn't know where it was leading me to. Came to me in my goddamn dream, right? Boom. Fuck around and running the Travis Majors page. We start reading Cosmic Doctrine. It's something in there where she gets to talk about the tangential angles and how the cosmos, how the great entities start bringing the cosmos into existence, right? That's a little tidbit on that. So since then, a lot of spirals have been showing up. A lot of spirals been showing up every goddamn where that I go. And if you watch one of my last live streams that I had with my homegirl Narisia, where we did the 2024 self-reflection through astrology, I showed her art off. So she made this one here. She does portal art. Oh, you hear me? She does portal art. So I wanted her to freestyle and go with her flow. You see what I'm saying? Wanted her to go with her flow, that the artists do what the artists do. And it's encoded with binary code. Yup, Trev, that's her style. That's her style. That's her style. So the homie put in on that. The homie put in on that. You'll see it even more. Figure out what I'm gonna do with it because I'm sending this in it. This is already charged up with emotion. I've already charged this up with a certain emotion. But don't worry. You seeing this? I'm sending you some very good, positive, and prosperous vibes, my nigga. Stand on motherfucking principle, pal. Nah, I missed some comments back here. What did it say? Was it Stalking the Wild Pendulum where he talked about the using the Stone Man deity? Is you talking about where they started talking about how things start gaining consciousness by how everybody start basically sending their thought forms these these stones, these crystals, and the conscious levels raises above, it starts to raise. If that's what you're talking about, we are the computers together. I agree. Computers are based off of us. Oh, the good stuff. I'm missing shit. Yeah, yeah, that's what it was. Yeah. And how the consciousness ends up, and that's, you know what I'm saying? And that underlines, gives you an answer to what's going on with crystals, right? That's what's going on with crystals. The consciousness starts to evolve because everything here has consciousness, right? Everything here has consciousness. And what did she just say? Let's read what she just said again. An artificial element is a thought form ensouled by elemental essence. That essence may be drawn directly from the elemental kingdom, or it may be derived from the magician's own aura. A thought form built up by continual. See, you can even have it based off of your aura. See, that's what I'm saying. Like if you standing on your principles, right? If you standing on the principles, what if you pushing cosmic P, your aura is already filled up with some shit, some good shit, your shit, our shit, right? So it can either be charged up by the aura, the natural aura that you carry, that you've built up, your etheric body, right? The aura, etheric body, Hassad, or it can be built up on some net sex shit, Venus, emotion. Let's go back to it. A thought form built up by continual visualization, a thought form built up by continual visualization and concentration, and concerning which a strong emotion is felt, become charged with that emotion and is capable of an independent existence outside the consciousness of its creator. Make sure you putting the right type of energy into whatever you putting the right type of energy, whatever you're trying to put the energy into, huh? Whatever you're trying to put the energy into, because it's going to exist outside of your consciousness. Now it has its own life, its own reality. This is very important factor in practical occultism and the explanation of many of its phenomena. I just need to highlight that whole paragraph, huh? Exactly the same process that leads to the formation of an artificial element by a magician takes place when a number of people. Hold up. My book weird. Oh, damn. I ain't even got this shit back up, y'all. I know Jay Bauer here got the book. Trav probably got the book too. If you're just joining us, hit the like button. Help other people find this information if you find it helpful. I got to get used to saying that shit. Exactly the same process that leads to the formation of an artificial elemental by a magician takes place when a number of people concentrate with emotion on a single object. They make an artificial element. Huh? Just it. All right, reading along. Let's read that again. Exactly the same process that leads to the formation of an artificial elemental by a magician takes place when a number of people concentrate with emotion on a single object. They make an artificial element, vast and potent, in proportion to the size of the crowd and the intensity of its feelings. The elemental has a very marked mental atmosphere of its own. In this atmosphere, influences most powerfully the feelings of every person participating in the crowd emotion. And this atmosphere influences most powerfully the feelings of every person participating in the crowd emotion. Right? Yep. You can say like hypnotize guys chat. You can different guy cat. You can definitely say you hypnotize. Chris Dixon, peace. Standing on principle, cosmic peak pusher. Chris Dixon. Right? So we get to understand that every person in that crowd gets overruled by that emotion, by that elemental, by that thought form, by that egregor. Speaking of the hub, imagine how much emotion and desire is directed towards certain people slash websites. Trav ain't gonna say it, but I'm finna say it. Pornhub, buddy. which he's talking in general, understanding, right? Like he's talking general, like with these websites, Instagram, Facebook. Think about the emotion that rises up, right? Check this out. Family wanted a Christmas tree. Had to go help get a Christmas tree. I'm not big on Christmas in the sense, obviously, nigga on some occult shit, right? Go get that Christmas tree, right? I'm not tapped in on that level, but I'm also on the culture, so I know what I can do. Here's some elemental shit that's going on in my life recently, the other day, right? Go get that Christmas tree, put it up in the house. An emotion came down over me. An emotion came down over me. It was like, it felt like fucking prosperity. I'm telling you that right now. This is why I say if you're in the cultures, you can make these holidays work in your favor. Charge them up. Use it as a symbol and charge it up. What did I'm reading her comments? What did I just come back to? This is, god damn, I forgot what I was gonna say. But yeah, that goddamn Christmas tree brought an emotion back over me where I felt good. I felt charged up. I felt love. I felt prosperity. Smelt the tree. You know what I did after that? Hugged the tree. Rubbed the tree. Watered the tree. You know what? Fuck that. I'ma help put lights and decorations on it. That's elemental that's an elemental, buddy. That's elemental, buddy. Let's get back to I'm missing some of these comments. Ethereal progeny. What's happening? We think we are having solo fun only to actually be a part of a evolving egregor. Straight up. Money tree. Dig. I don't know what you just came back to, Asaj. I don't know what you missed. I don't know what point you came in. Oh, you know that Kethar tree going to the top. Okay, they better not put that tree together without me being there. So that tree is going with that Kethar star at the top of that motherfucker. It's gonna have to, because we're gonna consecrate. See what I'm saying? Because it's the tree of life. You can make it that if you want to, because I am. That's how I'm looking at it. From Malkuth to Ketha. We're gonna consecrate from the top and then bring down what we trying to manifest down through the tree. 777, remember? Huh? The lightning flash. Wow. We're gonna bring that bitch right on down, starting with Kether, because it's the fountainhead, it's the water fountain, the water where everything of the unmanifest to the manifest just continuously flows. Dion Fortune dropped some gems on that, right? It continuously flows. So if you pulling from any other sphere, Mercury, Venus, Saturn, Jupiter, if you pulling for any other thing, Dion Fortune said if those magicians who's trying to send shit up and pull shit down, like these energies or these modes of consciousness or these spheres or these spirits or these elemental, not necessarily elemental, but or these archangel angels or whatever the fuck you want to call them. I'm just giving a whole general reading of names, but whatever the fuck you want to call them, they look as that ritual and that shit that you just sent up like a fucking virus, and everything they gonna do in their power, and its power is gonna be to stop you and your motherfucking ritual because it's unbalanced. You pulling, you taking some shit out of balance when you doing some shit, when you doing just moon magic, right? Just Hassad magic, right? Just Venus magic, right? They fighting tooth to nail to stop that shit because it's unbalanced. Instead, just pull from the infinite reservoir, which is Kether, gems. And I didn't come up with it. That's Dion Fortune. For mine's upstar, the symbolism of it's where the power is at. Okay, okay, okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, got mine's up for got mine's up. Star, the symbolism is where the power is at. The star symbolism is where the power is at. Agreed. 100. Damn, I'm missing them. I'm missing a lot of shit down here. Everlasting evergreen. Dig that. Everlasting evergreen. Who got a green thumb? We need some blue, some ever blue now. So we got blue hunters, but shit. Hey, that's awesome. It's an elemental force, but it is also but it was also useful and appropriate. It was also useful and appropriate. That's what we're about here. Make it useful and appropriate. This is what we're doing here as magicians, as spiritualists. I don't know what everybody else is talking about. They're gonna be talking about don't celebrate Christmas. That's not this and that's not that. We don't celebrate Christmas. The white man did this and Jesus ain't real. And technically, even though I don't believe in Jesus Christ that walked the earth, technically, based off what we just talking about here, that symbol is charged up, buddy. That symbol of Caesar Bojar, have you said his name? Oh, it's charged up and it's powerful and it works. So we ain't gotta believe in it that he walked the earth. Don't need us to believe in it. It's motherfuckers have been slaughtered behind his name. What the fuck? That shit is charged up. Okay. The elemental was okay. The elemental has a very marked mental atmosphere of its own, right? And this atmosphere influences most powerfully the feelings of every person participating in that crowd emotion. It gives them telepathic suggestion, sounding the note of its own being in their ears, and thereby reinforcing the emotional vibration which organically gave it birth. There is action and reaction, cause and effect, mutual stimulus and intensification between the elemental and its makers. Lopsided magic, probably why trees have people for Christmas. Why trees have people for Christmas anyway. I don't know what you mean. The more the crowd concentrates upon the objects, the more the crowd concentrates upon its objects of emotion, the vaster the elemental becomes. The vaster the elemental becomes, right? The stronger the mass suggestion it gives to the individuals composing the crowd that created it, right? What's that shit called in NLP or suggestion? Fuck it, I forgot, but it deals something with suggestion, and I was trying to link that. Um, and they receiving this suggestion find their feelings intensified. Thus, it is that mobs are capable of deeds of passion from which every individual member will shrink with horror. A mob elemental, however, disperses as rapidly as it forms because a mob has no continuity of existence. The moment the stimulus of a common emotion is removed, the mob ceases to be a unit and reverts to heterogeneity, genetity, genity, heterogeneity. Let's look up that word. Hey Siri, define heterogeneity. Siri don't even know what that word mean. Let's look that shit up. Uh-oh, we got J By here, and he might find it. We know what it is. Hetero means one. I mean, or individualized, right? Or opposite. Hetero, GEN. Diverse. Oh, my bad. We are on. Thank you. Because we're definitely not. I'm not paying attention. My bad, Sunshine Chick. We are on page 13. Technically, but on here it looked like it's page 8. A mob mentality. Yeah. We in this paragraph right here. A mob mentality. So it says hetero. Let's see if J By here got it. I like to when J By here drop it so we can put it up on the screen. Let's see what he got. And my chat ain't showing. Okay. Composition from dissimilar parts. Composition from dissimilar parts. Then the one I got it says the quality of state of being diverse in character or content. Right. That's what we got going on. So it says the mob ceases to be a unit and reverts to heterogeneity. Okay. Sunshine Chick say she got the physical copy. I do too. And I don't know. And I've seen that it's different versions. I have a different version myself. But in my book, Sunshine Chick, we on page 13, second paragraph. That is why undisciplined armies, that is why undisciplined armies, however enthusiastic, are unreliable fighting machines. Their enthusiasm evaporates if it is not continually stimulated. They split up into the component parts of many individuals with diversified interests, each activated by the instinct of self-preservation. Like I know everybody ain't been in gangs before, but I ran with a lot of gangs. That's why within the gang, where niggas is bloods inside that gang, like let's say if you a certain Damu, like say if you bounty hunter blood, right? Then in bounty hunter blood, they got 115th and 111th. Then you got niggas who own 100. They all on the same gang. You know what I'm saying? But then you got 115th, then you got 111. Those are two different factors, right? They got their own thing going on. And then inside of the 111, 111 bounty hunter bloods, they have a nigga got their own group of 4 or 5. Then over here they got their own group of 3. Then they over here they got their own group of 6. You see what I'm saying? You always find them ones together, right? But when they make moves, they bring the heat on the whole game. Oh, it's them bounty hunter motherfuckers. It's them blood niggas. They diversify and each activated by the instinct of self-preservation. They get to talking about the other niggas over there. They on the same set. They get to pillow talking with girls or talking with the other hood niggas. And niggas go back. Yeah, that type shit. To build up a group mind of any endurance, some method of ensuring continuity of attention and feeling is essential. Oh, it's 23 and J By here. Yeah, I seen it when you got J By here. I ain't got that. Peace, 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 peace. Cosmic P pusher in a motherfucking building. Whenever such continuity of attention and feeling has been brought about, a group mind or a group elemental is formed, which the passage of time develops an individuality of its own and ceases to be dependent from its existence upon the attention and emotion of the crowd that gave it birth. Hold up. Whenever such continuity of attention and feeling has been brought about, continuity of attention and feeling has been brought about, a group mind or a group elemental is formed, which the passage of time develops with the passage of time, it develops an individuality of its own and ceases to be dependent for its existence upon the attention and emotion of the crowd that gave it birth. We can go back to using games again. The original meaning, the original foundation of what a game was set up for in the 1960s is not the same of what it is today. They not standing on the same principle. That egregor, the elemental, has evolved. It's evolved into something else. Oh, yes, it has. Right? What John Henry Clark and them laid the game down for has changed and evolved into something else. What brother Bobby Hemmett has laid down has changed and evolved into something else. What Panic has laid down, it should be changing and evolving into something else to tell you niggas talk about I ain't coming back no more. Baphomet. That's it. He gave so much more game for you to take and run with and turn up and evolve and turn into something else. I remember hearing him in a video, he saying like the way that we do magic now, people are gonna look back and be like, or he's saying in the future, people are gonna be doing magic in a totally different way because it's forever evolving. It should evolve. Constant changes. That's the only thing that's persistent in the universe. Change. Anything that doesn't change dies. Anything that's rigid breaks. Anything that's adaptable grows. And that's cosmic P. That's a principle. I don't like the newer publications as much because they get rid of the artwork Dion had chosen for the older ones. I can agree, bro. I can agree. Like I know I got a newer version. Look at this motherfucker here. Like, yeah. I seen the cover of yours when you tagged me in on the Instagram, J by here, and I honestly like that one. I wonder if you have like is that the original publication? Chris Dixon. Constant changes. Once this occurs, the crowd no longer possesses the power to withdraw its attention or to disperse or disperse. I don't know, God cats. They ain't been too expensive for me. Okay, all right, J. Ball here. Once this occurs, the crowd no longer possesses the power to withdraw its attention or to disperse. The elemental has it in its grips. Niggas ain't gonna be your blood forever. And I'm using gangs because I come from that. So let's use that. Let's use gangs, right? Which ones? Yeah, mine. I think my shit. The one I got was $8, $10, some shit like that. Feelings are stirred within him, even if he does not wish them to be. Let's read that again. The attention of each individual is attracted and held in spite of himself. Feelings are stirred within him, even if he does not wish to feel them. I don't know why I feel this way. I can't help it. I don't know why I feel like this. I hate that I feel like this. Elemental has hopped in and so when motherfuckers get talking about people possessed by spirits, what are they really talking about? What are they really talking about? Besides a thought form that has found a channel to come through. All you had to do was bring up a little bit of that concentrated on energy that a lot of people have already tapped into, called anger, called fear, called jealousy. That the faith of a mustard seed shows up. The elemental. Oh, there you go right there. Fuck out. Hop in. Right. All jacked up. Each newcomer to the group enters into the potent atmosphere and either accepts it and is absorbed into the group or rejects it and is himself rejected. No member of a group with a strong atmosphere, group mind, or elemental, according to the term which we prefer, is at liberty to think without bias upon the objects of group concentration and emotion. It is for this reason that reforms are so hard to bring about. Think about America. It's hard to reform this motherfucker because it's so much emotion. You can't even think outside of that group mind. That's what I'm saying. You get people who attack you when you start making a YouTube channel and talking about shit that doesn't align up with everything that all the people that they learn from or have listened to, of all the books that they've read, have said. You get people get to talking about you. Now you don't know what you're talking about. You think you know everything. You don't want to debate. People be trying to hop in the comments and debate and shit. It's like, bro, shout out to Pan, because he said that he like, do you debate how to tie your shoe? Do you debate about how to put your t-shirt on? No, because you know how. Like, you like a fucking idiot trying to debate what you know. I'm not debating what I know, because what I know has came to me through my realization. My realization. This spiritual shit is about your personal breakthroughs, bro. This shit is not about getting on here and showing off how much you know more than the next person. For what? Because after that, not so what is it? You want everybody to see that you know more? So people should come see you because you know more? You're not, are you helping people have personal breakthroughs? This is what this shit is about. Other than that, you want some fool shit. Oh, you want some fool shit. You want people to come to you because you feel like you are right versus truthful. A truthful person can say like, well, damn, hey, I don't, a truthful person will give you the truth even if it leads them to somewhere else. If you don't have the information, instead, some people don't have the information. They want to be right. So what they gonna say? Even though they know they giving you some information they don't know about, they rather give it to you so they can be right. So you can look at them as they're right. A truthful person be like, look, man, I don't know about that. You need to go over here and holler at what's her name. I know this and this and this and that about it, but I ain't too, you know what I'm saying, tapped in on that. So go holler at them about this. It may mean that person may not be spending no money with you. But that's okay. And that's okay. That's perfectly fine. What are you in this shit for? There's no reason for you to have to sit and go back and forth and debate somebody about some personal realizations that you've had. Are you trying to help lead people to their own liberation, to go inward, or are you trying to get people to come to you, to be attached to you by the fucking hip? No point of fucking debating what you know. Each newcomer, okay, yeah. The vaster the organization, right? The vaster the organization that needs reforming, the harder it is to move. That's why it's so hard to move shit through the Senate and the House of whatever. And the stronger must be the personality that attempts the task. Yet, once the forceful personality has begun to make an impression, he speedily finds that a group is gathering under his leadership. Donald Trump. He speedily finds that a group is gathering under his leadership, and that this, in its turn, is developing an elemental. Agent Orange is an elemental. Agent Orange, Donald Trump. What Donald Trump be doing? He's even got a dance. He's even got a dance. And the momentum he has began to push him along. Hmm? Huh? Donald Trump, living motherfucking elemental. Fake news. It's fake news. Fake news. Wayne said he was peeping the same thing. He was posting the same thing as I posted. This shit crazy, right? When he flags in his leadership, the movement he created forces him forward. The solitary individual may turn aside in pause in moments of doubt and discouragement. Not so the leader of a strongly emotionalized group. I may be on the wrong page on here. Hold up, y'all. Hold up. Oh no, we still on. If it's scheme. Hold up. The solitary individual may turn aside and pause in moments of doubt and discouragement. Not so the leader of a strongly emotionalized group. As soon as he slacks his pace, he feels the pressure of the group mind behind him and it carries him forward during his hours of weakness and darkness. It may also, if his scheme has been unwisely conceived, if his scheme if his scheme has been unwisely conceived, carry him away and dash him to pieces on the rocks of misjudged policy. A policy of which a principle, right? A principle or policy of which he would have seen the unwisdom if he had considered the matter rationally. There is no stopping the momentum of the movement, which is moving along the lines of evolution. The group mind of the participants forms a channel for the performs a channel. What I say earlier, the group mind of the participants forms a channel for the manifestation of the forces of evolution, and the momentum developed is irresistible. But however potent the personality, however vast the resources, however popular the catchphrases, stand on principle, make America great again. If the movement is contrary, if the movement is contrary to cosmic law, if the movement is contrary to cosmic principle, it is only a matter of time till the whole group rushes madly down a steep slope into the sea. This is why I'm talking about standing on principle. As long as you stand on motherfucking principle, you know you good. All this shit can fall and crumble tomorrow. But you know you got the cosmic P in you that you gonna always push. Watch what you rebuild. Watch how you still stand tall while the people around you crumble. And you should be that type of soul that should assist. You should, with some rational thought behind it, right? Stand on P, man. This is why I keep saying stand on P. So all these movements that everybody got going on, these motherfuckers who just throwing their ego around in this spiritual shit, who think they better than motherfuckers, think they got all the right information and nobody else does, who doesn't bring anything to add into the conversation, just wanted to debate, just want to shit on everybody else. It's a lot of people on thread that I'm seeing talking about Billy Carson after he got washed. They say I didn't watch it. I don't care to see another man downfall, right? Everybody talking about Billy Carson on threads and Twitter and all this and that. Damn, I'm missing some shit. Hold up. It's duck for cover. I don't know what you're talking about. Why they push drones now before he in? Oh, why they push? You talking about Trump? What principles do I stand on? It's principles. I stand on the principle of cause and effect, understanding cause and effect. I stand on the principle of understanding the divine masculine and feminine principles, which is the negative and positive polarities. Right? Hold up. Yeah. Billy Carson, Trav. Billy Carson, I stand on the principle of refining my standards and lower my expectations. These are principles that I stand on. And these principles that we're going through are the principles that I stand on. I don't confuse the planes. What do I mean by not confusing the plane? I understand the difference between the etheric plane, the physical plane, the concrete mind. I understand the difference between right knowledge. I understand the difference between ego and what it's used for. I understand that I'm not having an ego death. I understand the principle of creating a rapport with my higher self, and understanding that my higher self, even itself, is under the influence of the three gunas: the rajas, the tamas, the sattvic, the balance, right? The active, the lazy, and the destructive. Understand that. I understand that this plane of existence, that I stand on the principle of understanding that this plane of existence is the way it is because it's supposed to be. I understand that I have an ego, right? I have understand that I identify with shit, right? This is what I understand and this is what I stand on, right? I understand that this reality, I have things that I identify with and I have personal opinions on shit, but I'm also standing on the principle of understanding that this plane of existence is what the fuck it is. So my opinions don't fucking matter. Only to me. Those are my opinions, right? But that doesn't mean that's the truth. The truth is what's happening is supposed to be happening. And I will not be put on the pendulum swing, swinging back and forth from hot to cold. Mad that this is doing this, mad that white folks doing this, mad that black people doing this, mad that gay people doing this, happy that people doing this. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not getting swayed by that. I'm on the middle pillar. That's a principle. Those are the principles that I stand on. I understand that everything works in my favor. This is the principle that I stand on. Everything works in my favor. There's nothing that does not work in my favor. Ain't no motherfucking enemies. Shout out to Trav, LBX777. Ain't no motherfucking enemies. Everything works in my favor. I don't have to be able to see it and identify what's happening with my ego, right? I don't have to do that. All I need to know is that everything that comes my way transmute. Everything that comes my way evolves. That's my principles that I'm standing on. That's what I'm pushing to everybody that's watching these YouTube videos. I'm telling you, life becomes way easier. The pressure relieves. I understand that there's patterns that follow me through past incarnations. And I get to see these patterns that are deeply ingrained in me. Once I peep these patterns that are deeply ingrained in me, it's time to evolve these motherfuckers, transmute these energies into something else, to a higher plane of existence. Those are my principles. And everyone here is standing on principles, right? Oh, okay. They said I think he's fine. They lying on Billy. I didn't get to see it, y'all. I didn't even watch it. I didn't even watch it. And then right, like, here's the thing, like, why do you like, bro? The thing about I'm not with the debate shit. Like, I rather just learn some. If you got some shit that I never heard, okay, damn, that's what's up. Let me add that to my library of correspondences. That's the way that I move. Like, but people talk about people like, you know what I'm saying? Like, damn, we just had 11111. But people talk about people like, hold on, what the hell y'all talking about? Press X for save, Control Alt Delete. What's going on? Is my shit fucking up, y'all? That's P right there. Ethereal progeny, where you at? What spirit, what principles do you stand on? Home girl or home boy? I Wednesday got finally caught alive. Got this joint roll, coffee hot and full. Full moon. It sure is a full moon. Let's go. I just had to explain my principles, the principles that I stand upon, right? Everything works in my motherfucking favor. Truth is stranger than motherfucking fiction around this bitch. Peace and good health to everyone. That's a principle right there. Prosperity. Here, my name is a principle. Check this. It's not even my name, it's a title, it's a mantra, right? And it lines up with, listen, no obstacles will apprehend you, prosper over pain. Everything works in my favor. That was my rap name. That was my rap title. That was my rap mantra. Before I decided to say, fuck the music, let's just go into what I really am, which is this shit here, right? No obstacles will apprehend you, prosper over pain. Ain't no obstacles. All the obstacles are really opportunities. This is Cosmic P. And I stand on that. And everybody in this chat, stand on that. Huh? Did that. I don't know. I don't see that person in the chat no more. I don't know. But it's all good. All right. But yeah, what I was saying about Billy, bro, like, regardless, bro, you know what I'm saying? Everything he say, I might not agree with, and the way that, you know what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying, all that shit, I might not, this and this and that. But the thing is this, that don't invalidate. But see, this is what I'm saying. This is how I stand on the middle pillar. If I don't like the way a person talks, or I don't subscribe to the way the person thinks or breaks down his information, that doesn't mean that invalidates his fucking information. I'm not that full of myself. If a person gets caught, like we know about R. Kelly and Diddy, we know they made fire fucking music, but we separate the music away from the artist, himself as a person, and that shit that they did. Yes, you do. That's how we moving. So I separate. I don't give a fuck if I don't like a nigga. I can separate how I feel about this nigga in a person that he seems to be from the information. Is the information useful and appropriate? That's a principle you need to be able to stand on, or you gonna miss gems. You gonna miss some light. Oh yeah, no, for sure I win, but I'm gonna eventually chop this shit up and put this shit on Instagram and TikTok and YouTube Shorts. So I need to actually. It was good that he had to bring that out. That had to be brought out. That just had to be brought out. Yeah, I don't know if he was just asking. That's why Slick calmly said it. You know what I'm saying? Like, started off like that, then I got a little into it. Like, yeah, that's part of a nigga ego, though, right? We understand that. What a nigga identify with, right? Not pride. It's cool how some of us went from reading Rainbow in the 90s to reading occult gems with the homies. Straight up. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you gotta talk that shit. You just gotta talk that shit, bro. Like, especially you been down in the trenches with this shit. You know what I'm saying? So come on, y'all. My bad, my bad. Come on, mama. My bad. For in such a case, it is the very momentum that is worked up, which is the cause of its destruction. Okay, no. If the movement is contrary to cosmic law, it is only a matter of time till the whole group rushes madly down a steep slope into the sea. For in such a case, it is the very momentum that is worked up, which is the cause of its destruction. The very thing that is worked up and has caused it to be powerful is going to be the very thing that caused it to destruct, self-destruct. That's what I think is coming. We'll get to that later. Give a false movement enough rope, and it will always hang itself, falling by its own weight. When that has grown significantly top heavy to overbalance it. Let's read that again. Give a false movement enough rope, and it'll always hang itself, falling by its own weight. When that has grown sufficiently top heavy to overbalance it. All right, damn, I didn't even know I said sorry. I didn't even know I said sorry, J. Bye. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I said, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really feel sorry because I ain't do nothing, you know what I'm saying, that I really should feel sorry for. But I guess that shit rolled off a nigga tongue. Um, let's see right here. So you see what it said, right? It be falling by its own weight that has grown sufficiently top heavy to overbalance it. I think that same thing's going on with America. I think that same thing is going on with all the systems around the world, the banking system, the religious system, the social cultural systems, Hollywood systems. All systems are falling. What do we talk about with Gijla? Gijla destroys everything except the only thing that will last is the principle. Gijla busts Gibara busts down all these forms. Only thing that's gonna be left is the principle. And I know when it don't do this, but like dealing with Trump, I think this motherfucker gonna run this bitch into the ground. Maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. But it's growing top heavy, right? Everything that motherfucker's standing on is standing for. Some of the shit, some of the laws that he talking about putting into place, I like crypto shit. Yeah, I fuck with crypto. Why the fuck would not want that shit to be in play? Motherfuckers talking about some of the motherfuckers talking about taking out certain principles, certain shit out the food, telling the FDA they gotta take all this bullshit out the food that we've been talking about for years over here that's killing us. I almost said thousands of years. Motherfucker talking about taking out the IRS. Sounds good, but you don't know what comes with that shit. That might be the very thing that destroys this motherfucker. Let's keep going, gang. This factor of the group mind is an exceedingly important key to the understanding of human problems and explains the irrationality of men in the mass. There are some very interesting books upon this subject, notably The Psychology of the Herd in Peace and War by Wilfred Trotter, and The Group Mind by William McDougall. These will repay these will repay study for the light they throw upon the problems of everyday life and human nature. The occultist carries the practical application of the doctrine of group minds. The occultist carries the practical application of the doctrine of group minds much further than does the psychologist. In it, he finds the key to the power of the mysteries, considered with an understanding of crowd psychology. It becomes obvious that the method of the mysteries and the secret fraternities of all ages is based upon practical experience of its facts. What could be more conducive to the formation of a powerful group mind than the sorcery, the special costume, the processions, and the chantings of an occult ritual? Anything which differentiates a number of individuals from the mass and sets them apart from. Hold on. Let's read that again. Anything which differentiates a number of individuals from the mass and sets them apart forms a group mind automatically. This SOP shit is a group mind automatically. But is it standing on principle? Is it gonna run you down the hill into a fucking sea if you standing on these principles? Is any of the principles that I named sound like they gonna run you to the goddamn sea? Hold up, I'm highlighting y'all. The more the group is, PC Theory, my guy standing on P. He can't even stand motherfucking P. A separate. The more a group mind is segregated, the greater the difference between it and the rest of mankind. The stronger is the group mind, thus engendered. I didn't say it, she said it. The more, hold up, the more the group mind is segregated, the greater the difference between it and the rest of mankind. The stronger is the group mind, thus engendered. This is why this occult shit, when you're dealing with occult shit, think about how you, as an occultist, you stand out amongst all the other people, the hoteppers and all that type shit. Or the, oh, hey, beloved, holy thou, reverberate off the magnetosphere type shit. Or melanin. Or patriarchy, down with capitalism. Think about how you stand out from them. So even within the spiritual group that seem to leave mere chauvinist religion, those that group, you even stand outside of that group. Shout out to you for standing on P, because it's not easy. It's not easy. Y'all know it ain't easy. Everybody in here, y'all know it ain't easy. If you in here, hit that like button, please. If you just joining, please drop a SOP, standing on principle, in the chat, please. I'm not gonna continue reading till I get SOP in the chat. I need to see it. Somebody drop a principle in the chat. But think about how much you are secluded from that group mind, right? That's all I needed. I just wanted one. I ain't, you know what I'm saying? I ain't too picky today. Oh, I got two. You know what I'm saying? I ain't too picky today. Oh, I got three. I ain't too picky today. And I'm not telling you this to be very prideful. They chant us out. It is principle. I don't know what that means, guys, cats. And I got 4. And I got 5. And I got 6. And I got 7. Y'all know my number 717. We got 7 principles, 7 SOPs, right? We standing on motherfucking principle. We got 8. And hey, it don't matter, because 17, 1 plus 7 equals 8. We standing on principle, my nigga. You did. So consider the strength of the group mind of the consider the strength. He's saying, keep staying true to form. Ask you and shall receive. Facts, I win. Facts. Figurative facts. That's principle. Right? That's principle for real. Consider the strength of the group mind of the Jewish race, set apart by ritual, by manners, by temperament, by persecution. There is nothing like persecution to give validity to a group mind. Is that how you spell persecution? Persecution. Damn, Trav, I see you sent me something. I gotta go. I'm gonna have to read it after the live. Hostility. Yeah, it is persecution, right? Being hostile. Consider the strength of the group mind of the Jewish race, set apart by ritual, by manners, by temperament, and by persecution. There is nothing like persecution to give validity to a group mind, right? On that Saturn Shiat. Okay, Trav. Okay, I just seen your comment. There very truly is the blood of martyrs. Of martyrs. What the fuck am I talking about? Very truly is the blood of martyrs, the seed of the church. For it is the cement of the group mind. Huh? It is for this reason that the secrecy of the mysteries will never be entirely abrogated, which much is given out. However, much is given out. Something, I'm pretty sure we're on a different page, but ain't nobody told me to change the page. Make sure. Hold up, y'all. I think I skipped some. Hold up. But I do want to make sure it's actually showing on the screen. Okay, here we go. We right here. It is for this reason the secrecy of the mysteries will never be abrogated. However much is given out, something must always be kept in reserve and secret, because this something which, unshared with others and the focus of the attention of the group, is the nucleus of the group mind, the focus of its attention. It is to the group mind what the grain of sand is to the pearl forming within the oyster. If there were no grain of sand, there would be no pearl. Remove that which differentiates the initiate from the rest of men, and the group mind of which he forms a part will fall to pieces. Does that make sense, y'all? So maybe secret societies are meant, should be had, should be kept. Huh? Huh? Because we need this small. It's harder to get a larger group of mind to understand and concentrate on this one point that we all need to have the same emotional energy, and you have to be put through training to be able to tap into that level of focus or energy on whatever the concept is that the group mind is trying to do. So a smaller group is needed. The potency of ceremonial, physically performed hold up. The potency of ceremonial, physical performed does not rest only in its appeal to the entity invoked, but also in its appeal to the imaginations of the participants. An adept working alone will work a ritual and picture consciousness on the astral without moving from his meditation posture. And this ritual will be effective for the purposes of invocation. But if he wants to make an atmosphere in which the development of his pupils will advance as in a forcing forcing house, or if he wishes to raise his own consciousness beyond his normal limitations, transcending his own willpower in unaided vision, he will make use of the powers of the group elemental development by ritual. Let's continue. The group mind, or because I don't think it's really too much to say on that. She said that clear cut dry. The group mind or ritual elemental acts upon the participants in the ceremony in exactly the same way as the mob emotions acted upon the peaceful the mob emotions acted upon the peaceful city men when they saw Marshal Joffrey. They were lifted out of themselves. They are more than human for the moment. For a group elemental form of the appropriate emotion is just as capable of raising consciousness to the level of the angels as of lowering it to the level of the beast. So the group mind can raise they shit up to the level of the angelic realm or back down to the bestial realm. Tear everything fuss. I mean, what the four fours we say? Feed, fuck, fight, and flee. Or you can go higher and above that. When emotion goes out strongly towards an object, we are pouring out a subtle but nevertheless potent force. Right. Sicko mode. When emotions goes out strongly towards an object, we are pouring out a subtle but nevertheless potent form of force. If that emotion is not mere blind outpouring, but formless itself into the idea of doing something, and especially if that idea caused dramatic mental picture to rise in the mind, the outpouring force is formulated into a thought form. The mental picture is ensouled by the outpoured force and becomes an actuality upon and becomes actuality upon the astral plane. It becomes an actuality upon the astral plane. This thought form itself now begins to give off vibrations. And these vibrations, by the law of the sympathetic induction of vibrations, tend to reinforce the feelings of the person whose emotions gave rise to them, and to induce similar feelings in others present whose attention is directed to the same object. Even if they have hitherto been disinterested onlookers, if you ain't interested, this shit gonna pull up energy on your ass, right? This shit gonna invoke this elemental, this emotion of your ass. Even if you ain't interested, this how powerful this shit is. When you see the pyramids, they always, you see them pyramids or something, an awe comes over you, huh? When you see this, an energy comes over you. When you see this geometric shapes and spheres, an energy comes over you. When you see the Baphomet, think about it. When you see a Baphomet, an energy comes over you. It invokes something. Even the uninterested onlookers, they see a Baphomet on your shirt. They see an upside down pentagram on your shirt. An elemental hops in their body and they get to, oh, you the Satan, you the devil, you worship the devil, you evil, you this and you that. Let's keep going. It will be seen that the theory of the group mind is now being associated with the doctrine of autosuggestion. That's what I was trying to say earlier. Autosuggestion as form. Let me on the next page. Hold up, let's make sure. As formulated by Button. Hold up, y'all. I don't know what the fuck it is on this what's the name? I guess y'all just listen anyway. Fuck it. It will be seen that the theory of the group mind is now being associated with the doctrine of autosuggestion as formulated by Bowden, Baudouin. And these two established psychological concepts are extended by association with esoteric concept of telepathy. Take these three factors together, and we have the key not only to the phenomena of a mob psychology, but also to the little realized power of ritual, especially ritual as it is performed in an occult lodge. Let us consider what happens when such a ritual is performed. All present have their attention riveted upon the drama of the presentation of the ceremony. That's why they perform dramatic or dramas, right? Think about your rites of passages. When you got to get cut on the arm, or when you get put down with a gang, you got to get jumped in, or you got to go take somebody's life, or whatever you got to do, right? All the attention is focused on that ceremony. Every object within the range of their vision is symbolic of the idea that is being expressed. Every object within the range of their vision is symbolic of the idea that is being expressed by the ceremony. That's key. Why did I not highlight that? Where's my highlighter? So when you're doing your ritual, every object in view needs to be what? Oh, here we are on the next page. Needs to be what? Let me see the chat. Peace. AZW. TO. Always showing up in the middle, my guy, but you never fail to show up. Stand on motherfucking principle. Right? So every object within the range of your vision should be symbolic. That idea is being expressed by the ceremony. That's being expressed. You don't need to have other shit in your vicinity when you're doing your ritual that don't align with the concept of what you're trying to bring forth here, or whatever energy you're trying to evoke, or whatever thing that aligns with the ritual. Love, Brody, love, Brody. No circumstance that can heighten the concentration in the emotions is neglected. Nothing that can heighten the emotions and the concentration is neglected. It's all there. Consequently, a highly concentrated and highly energized group is built up. As we have already seen, when one thinks of any object with emotion, force is poured forth. If a number of people are thinking of the same object with emotion, their attention concentrated, and their feelings exalted by the ritual of the ceremony, they are appointed into a common pool. No inconsiderable measure of subtle force, it is the force which forms the basis of the manifestation of whatever potency is being invoked. In religions where the gods or the saints are freely represented in pictorial form, the imagination of the worshippers are accustomed to picturing them as they have seen them represented, whether it is the hawk-headed Horus or the Virgin Mary. When a number of devout members or worshippers are gathered together, their emotion concentrated and exalted by ritual, and all holding the same image in imagination, the outpoured force of all present is formed into a astral simulacrum of the being. What is simulacrum? An astral. Oh, hold up. I think I know what it means, but let's look it up. We got to look up the words, right? We got to look up the words if we don't know exactly what they mean. Hold up. Oh, okay. A representation or imitation of a person or a thing, right? Often with a connotation of being fake version of something real, formed into an astral simulacrum, right, of the being thus intensely pictured. And if that being is symbolic representation of a natural force, which is what all the gods are intended to be. Hold up, did you hear what they just said? Hold up. The outpoured force of all present, okay, of all present form is formed into an astral simulacrum of the beings thus intensely pictured. Check this out. And if that being is the symbolic representation of a natural force, which is what all the gods are intended to be, all the gods are intended to be a representation of the natural forces, will find a channel of manifestation through the form thus built up. This is how these spirits or these energies or these thought forms enter in. It's going to find a channel. They're always trying to find a channel, spirits, whatever you want to call them, thought forms, whatever you want to call elementals. They try to find a channel to come through. The mental images held in the imagination of each participant in the ceremony will suddenly appear to each one to become alive and objective, and they will feel the inrush of the power that has been evoked. Let me check the comments. That's why when rappers have concerts with symbols on huge screens, siphoning energy through the emotional energy of their fans. Same shit, I guess, when the president speak with that flag sitting behind him. Same thing when you go to church. You see that cross up there. Greetings. Is it Deanna Riley? I think I remember you from IG. I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. Appreciate you for showing up. Appreciate you for showing up. Coming and stand on principle with us. Put some in this cosmic P. Like when people see the Virgin Mary, they protect it from the astral to the physical plane. Their music labels know the rituals, right? But the artists aren't privy to it. And most hold up, and most of the people at the top are all from the same tribes, the people with the little hats. Smart way to say it. Smart way to say it. Smart way to say it. Welcome, Deanna. Is that how you say your name? Am I saying it right? Deanna? I hate fucking up people's name. I hate fucking up people's name. All right, let's continue, y'all. I want to get up out. Not we got 2 more chapters to go, but they short chapters, so we good. About 2-3 pages for each chapter, right? When the process has been repeated regularly over considerable periods, the images that have been built up remain on the astral in exactly the same way that a habit track is formed in the mind by the repeated performance of the same action. You creating a spirit. You creating a spirit with your repeated actions. You see what I'm saying? So every time you think about your girlfriend cheating or your boyfriend cheating, you fill it up with emotion. Oh, the elemental spirit then found the channel to hop through. And now it's taking stands upon an astral plane. Right? Now that energy has found a body, has found an etheric form to hop into and fill up on an astral plane. So now every time you think about your boyfriend in that time or your girlfriend, that time he or she ain't picked up that phone, that spirit, that energy, that elemental thought form comes through. So now you got to destroy a spirit. So every time you're talking about monitoring spirits and with emotion behind it, the elemental energy comes fill up. Don't let it evolve into something else that's out of your control. Tap into it right now. Spider Six. Oh, yes. Oh, you're talking about Young Thug. Yep. Using the arcane energy. Is that why he got up out that web the way he got up out of that web? Freed? Huh? All right. When this process, oh yeah. Let's read it again. Fuck it. When this process has been repeated regularly over considerable periods, that the images that have been built up remain in the astral in exactly the same way that a habit track is formed in the mind by the repeated performance of the same action. In this form, the natural force remains permanently concentrated. Consequently, subsequent worshippers need be at no great pains to formulate this simulacrum. They have only to think of the God and they will feel its power. It is in this way that all anthropomorphic representations of the Godhead have been built up. Just told you. Just told you how these guys have been built up while everybody thinking, oh, Shun came to me and said, I need to. Ogun came to me and he's mad. Heru came to me, or Heru. I had somebody argue with me about the whole judgment scene on the what's the name. That's not what. Nope. It's Ampu. It's like, bro, what the fuck? You talking like these real motherfucking people? Like y'all tripping. Kenner, appreciate you for coming through, stopping through, standing on principle with us, standing on cosmic P. Pushing Cosmic P. Right, muscle memory. God's cat says, Oshun burnt the wall. If we think for a moment, we shall see that the Holy Ghost is neither a flame nor a dove. Neither is the maternal earth aspect of nature, either Isis or Circe's, or Ceres, or the Virgin Mary. These are the forms which the human mind contrives to apprehend these things. The lower and the less evolved mind, the lower, the grosser the point. Let's read that shit again. How long have we been saying this shit? These spirits are what we've built up over time through humans. We have to give this to the common people to be able to perceive these things, because the mind needs to have some shape or form to be able to identify these things. But not the occultists. We go further. I mean, not us. We use forms too as well, but this is part of the human mind. It needs to have a form to identify these energies. But unfortunately, some people see these forms as the actual thing. That's not it. What is it? It is, these are the forms under which the human mind contrives to apprehend these things. The lower and less evolved the mind, the grosser the form. Huh? I don't even think I need to explain that any deeper. We created the gods. Bobby Hemmett. Check. Is anybody out there listening to me? Fuck the dumb shit. Ooh, bro, a 2025 Bobby Hemmett lecture would have been great, but he retired. Got sick of you niggas not listening to him. Those who have a knowledge of the title, hold up. Those who have a knowledge of the little understood aspects of the human mind, whether Egyptian priest, Eleusinian hierophant, or modern occultists, make use of their knowledge of this rarer kind of psychology to create conditions in which the individual human mind shall be able to transcend itself and break through its limitations into a wider air. Cosmic P. This is principle. You should be understanding this principle. Right? You should be understanding the God that you're tapping into, what you see, even in your dreams, what you see. That's not it. That's just a representation of it. It's a representative so that you can comprehend it. Am I making myself understood? Should I go deeper? I think it was straightforward. Next chapter, the psychology of the ritual. And it's literally one page, 1.5 pages. Let's go. At the Reformation, the men who made the angelical ritual did not understand. The man who made the ritual did not understand the psychological significance of the Roman ceremonial. Right? They saw it in its degradation as an empty channel, and they broke up the conduit because it was dry. Let us be wiser in our generation, and instead of breaking up the conduit, connect it up with the wellhead. There is a spiritual reality behind the forms of organized religion. As much as you niggas may hate Christianity, what did she just say? There is a spiritual reality behind the forms of organized religion. And it is, and it is that reality alone which gives them their value. They are not intended to be a discipline. They are not intended to be a discipline to train the soul, nor even to be the means of pleasing God, but are designed to enable the light of the spirit to be brought to a focus in consciousness. Let me highlight that. They are not intended to be a discipline or to train the soul, nor even by means pleasing God, but are designed to enable the light of the spirit to be brought to a focus in consciousness. Huh? If we understand the psychology of the ritual, we shall neither be in bondage to superstition nor in rebellion against empty forms. So you shouldn't be in rebellion against what the Christians are doing. We shall realize that a form is the channel for a force. We shall realize that a form is a channel for the force. Force versus form. Is that not Kabbalistic? Are we not talking about the masculine pillar and the feminine pillar? The pillar of force, which is a masculine, the pillar of form, which is feminine. And what does she say about that? We shall realize that the form is a channel for force. The divine feminine principle is a channel for the force, for spirit, for the soul. Hold up, I see some comments. If we showed up as cosmic, they melted, so a manual step-by-step booklet gave them ways under. I'm not sure what you mean. If we showed up as cosmic, they melted, so a manual step-by-step booklet gave them ways under. I'm not understanding what you're saying, guys, cats. I'm sorry. A form is the channel for a force. Key. We shall realize that a form is a channel for force, but it is not only the material substance used in a sacrament, which is the physical channel for a force. Hold up, but it is not only the material substance used in a sacrament, which is the physical channel for a force, but also the vivid pictorial image in the mind of the worshippers by its ritual use. It is the power behind the symbol that we must look when we seek for the validity of the church's forms. It is the power behind the symbol that we must look when we seek for the validity of the church's forms. There it goes. Right, various style of martial arts is just a channel that form different forms in martial arts. Is just a form for the force to channel through. Now I can't go naming off different what's the name of martial arts, but you know what's being talked about. You know what I'm saying? Different moves. You got the drunken monkey. That's a form for a force of the drunken monkey to come through, right? And I know there's just a style that may not be the actual what's the name of different branches of martial arts, or what I'm trying to say. The outward and visible sign to be to hold up. The outward and visible sign, be it a cup or a cross, be it a cup or a cross, is but the focusing point of attention, which enables the worshiper to come into psychic touch with the form of spirit, with the form of spiritual force, which is the animating life of that symbol. We must learn to look to psychology, not to history, for an explanation of the significance of the church's symbols and rituals. Stop looking at history or where they really come from. That's where we came from. Where they really stole that from the Ankh, and they using that as they took out the womb of the woman from the Ankh and put another male phallus there. Well, okay, maybe, but what about the four elements? What about north, south, east, west? Right? There's other shit that goes along with it. I can't remember. What is commemorated is not a mundane act, but a spiritual reaction. And it is only as we ourselves make the inner reaction that we share in the efficacy, that we share the efficacy I don't know what that means. Let's look up efficacy. Hold up, y'all. Not efficiency, but efficacy. Efficacy. Yeah, efficacy, right? The ability to produce a desired or intended result. I like that word. I need to adapt that word to my lingo. All right. And it is only as we ourselves, I ain't even changed the goddamn page on here. And it is only as we ourselves make the inner reaction that we share in the efficacy of that act which was its prototype. The crucifixion of our Lord at the hands of Roman authority was but the shadow thrown on the material plane by the struggle that was going on in the spiritual world. It was not the spilling of the blood of Jesus of Nazareth that redeemed mankind, but the outpouring of spiritual power from the mind of Jesus the Christ. Whether you believe in him or not, does it matter? It is, it is only me, or does the runner Darshan come to mind? Huh? The symbolism which commemorates his death causes us to concentrate our attention on the sacrifice of the cross and the work it accomplished for mankind. The racial the racial subconscious of Christian peoples is profoundly imbued with that idea. And when we contemplate the symbol universally associated with it, we awaken the subconscious to train of ideas which rouses deep racial memories. Let's read that again. The racial subconsciousness of Christians peoples is profoundly imbued with that idea. And when we contemplate the symbol universally associated with it, we waken the subconscious train of ideas, which rouses deep racial memories. The ritual which causes a congregation to concentrate its attention is making use of the group mind. It is well known that the group mind under the influence of rage or fear is capable of panics and lynchings of which the individual members composing that crowd are quite incapable. AZW. Boom. A congregation is an organized crowd with its intention revetted by appeals to all five senses upon a single focus. The sacrifice of the mass and the group emotion thus engendered is able to lift the group mind to heights which the individuals composing that congregation are incapable of achieving unaided. When you call me in the group of three, I shall appear, or something like that is in the Bible, right? Somebody dropped that who know the Bible, where it says something about when the group of three are gathered in my name I shall appear. Why is that? We just said that. Let's read it again. Why? When a group of three is gathered in my name. A congregation is an organized crowd with its attention riveted by appeals of all five senses upon a single focus. The sacrifice of the mass and the group emotion thus engendered is able to lift the group mind to heights which the individuals composing that congregation are incapable of achieving unaided. When two or three are gathered, right. When two or three are gathered in my name. This is why you may not be able to do it when you just by yourself. Think about it. And I hate to go on this nasty topic, but think about when you're having sex with another individual versus using that rose or choking that chicken. It's a difference, right? It's a difference, right? I know you agree. You shaking your head. You agree. You know it's a difference, a different energy. that's incapable of being done and achieved when it's unaided by the rest of the group or another person, or two or three. Ooh, you have a threesome. Ooh, even better, right? Matthew 18:20. All right. Sex without another individual does not compute. Hey, guess you're not having sex for real. Guess you masturbating, right? Guess that's what you're doing. You're baiting your master. You're baiting your master. You setting up bait for your master. So you know sex has an elemental sitting over it. You know sex has a fucking elemental sitting over it. And you're baiting him, right? You're creating a channel, or it. You're setting a channel. You're creating a channel for this energy to come through when you masturbate, or you baiting your master, or the sex god, whichever one is multiple, right? It must not be a Gnosis in them streets, in them sheets for real. Damn. Hold up, Trav. You said you should. Hold up. What you talking about? I'm lost. Damn. Hold up, Trav. What you saying? Let me take a sip of my water. I don't even mean what the fuck I just said. Oh, typo. Okay. So we create that channel for your mat. You create when you create that channel, you bait that channel. You bait. That's basically when you get horny. Here comes that elemental. Here it comes. Ready to eat and feed. It must not be thought that such an explanation of psychological aspect of the power of the, come on, man, with these words, EU Echarist, is intended in any way to detract from the recognition of its divine aspects. God damn it! Now I got to look up that word. What does that mean? Trying to set a great example, y'all. What try to say? NLP says if you don't know a word, you should look it up. It's almost impossible to understand the rest of that sentence. Echarist. There you go. Eucharist. How do you say that? It won't give me that. Show me how to pronounce it. Echarist, a Christian rich. Oh shit, a Christian ritual that commemorates Jesus Christ's Last Supper with his disciples. Oh, I see now, Travis. A big deal for real. The word "you" or "echaris" comes from the Greek word "echarista," which means thanksgiving. The power of the echaris is intended in any way to detract from the recognitions of its divine aspect. It is solely intended to show the manner in which the spiritual forces operate on the level of the mind. Ooh, we finna hold on, finna highlight that. Hold up. Dealing with the Last Supper, dealing with Thanksgiving. Huh? Let me read the comments, then we're gonna go back. Cause I seen I don't know if J Bot here dropped something. Ooh. Oh, Kashigi. Oh, I remember Panic talking about how sperm is more potent than blood. Masturbating, baiting the spirit into your intention. Now that is why when I get by myself and I pull up the hub, we were just talking about earlier, when I pull up the hub and I ain't got no, I make sure I put an intention behind that before climax, right? I just not get too nasty here, right? Everybody might not want to hear me talk like that. It's a big deal. That's a big deal. We can read that again. But yeah, yeah. He remember Penny brought it up and said when Crowley was talking about I have killed 1,000 children, he wasn't talking about killing kids. He was talking about masturbating, not having his semen go into ejaculating into a woman's vagina to create kids, right? He said he also brought up. I remember him bringing up about how sperm is like a thousand drops of period blood type shit, right? Solid, like chorist. Say it like chorist, e-chorist. Okay, Eucharist or e-chorist. The dry wafers in dollar store grape juice. Every fourth Sunday. Right. Communion. Right? Okay. 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 We getting somewhere. Okay. You chorist. Right. Okay, y'all. Got it. That's why I love having y'all. Damn, look how many comments I'm missing. Hold up. Sperm is the lifeline in the brain, right? Right? It forms as nutrients in the CSF that engulfs your brain inside the skull. It is a fluid that your brain floats upon, right? It's your life force energy, right? You beat Sunshine Chick to it, J. Ball here. Use a hell of a typer. The milk and honey of the Bible, the hub. I love how it all comes together, right? But I digress. Eucharist. You, the Christ. Eucharist. Oh, oh, oh. Such an explanation of the psychological aspect of the power of the you way to detract from the recognition of the manner in which the spiritual forces operate on the level of the mind. So that's how the spiritual forces. Am I breaking up, y'all? See my Wi-Fi starting to trip out. Am I breaking up? Let me know before I continue, y'all. Am I good? Can y'all hear me? Am I breaking up? Am I getting choppy on you? Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. Just playing around with the words. I went and said I'm good. Okay. If we wish to understand the modus operandi of the spiritual forces, we must distinguish between the spiritual and the mental. Oh, you there? You still here, my guy? Okay. It is the confounding of the two types of psychology which leads to much misapprehension. Let's read that again. We must distinguish between the spiritual and the mental. It is the confounding of the two types of psychology which leads to much misapprehension. The power of God has to be embodied in a concrete idea if it has to be apprehended. If it is to be apprehended by the untrained human mind, that's just how it has to go, y'all. That's just how it has to be. Hence the necessity for the incarnation, which presented God to man in a form which he could grasp. So the sacraments of the church are incarnations or embodyings in form of primary spiritual truths. Church are incarnations of embodyings in form of primary spiritual truths. Too abstract to be apprehended by the untutored mind. By means of the pictorial symbolism, the mind is established to contemplate that which unaided to it could. Oh, no. We're gonna read that again. Let's read that again. So the sacraments of the church are incarnations of or embodyings in form of primary spiritual truths. too too abstract to be apprehended by the untutored mind. By means of their pictorial symbolism, the mind is enabled to contemplate that which, unaided, it could never conceive. So if people did not have these forms built up, these pictures and these pictorial, what's the name, they wouldn't even be able to conceive nothing. This contemplation enables it to link itself on with the spiritual. This contemplation enables it to link itself on with the spiritual potency which performed the works shadowed forth by the priest on the physical plane. Thus linked in thought, the spiritual power pours into the soul and accomplishes its divine work. There are therefore three aspects to a sacrament: the formless power of God translated from the abstract to the concrete by our Lord. The formless, the unmanifest form of God translated from the abstract to the concrete by our Lord. Secondly, the symbolic ritual which reminds us of that particular function of our Lord's work. Thirdly, the image found in our imagination. When this last form in when this last forms in our consciousness, the circuit is completed, and our Lord has put us in touch with God. Damn, Dion Fortune. Do I fucking highlight this whole fucking last paragraph? Fuck. Fuck, bro. Wow, wow, wow. Was that a gem or what, y'all? Talk to me. Let me check the comments. Talk to me. How y'all feel about that? Drop some SOPs in the chat or some 100 emojis, whichever's easy, or some fire emojis. An idea spreads like a seed, and an idea cannot be destroyed. Thank God. Thank God for Dion Fortune. I wonder if she ever imagined us. Real shit. Wonder if we ever tapped in. She seen us on an astro plane. Cause goddamn. Oh, we getting them SOPs. We getting them SOPs. I went and say Jim. Flame emoji. AZ says SOP. J Bahel say SOP. I win say SOP. Etheric say SOP. Trav say SOP. That is a principle, y'all. That's a key principle we just went through. A key principle that we just went through with the psychology of the ritual. Let's hit that last part again because that's a gem. Therefore, there are three aspects to sacraments. Hasaja, favorite person. There are three aspects to a sacrament. This is what I'm saying. I'm gonna continue. This year, I went and did this, right? Let me get this story. All right, Trey. Yeah. Once again, I went. I told people, I said, you know what? Like when we thinking about shadow work, right? When we thinking about shadow work, we thinking about tapping into the thing that's of cause of some form of trauma, right? And we have to tap into it and look into it and deal with it, right? And overcome it, right? Everybody who left Christianity or whatever religion that they left and felt like it was a falsity, we endured some form of trauma, right? Why, when we leave and get into this occultism of this spiritual shit, all we do is just shit on Christianity, shit on Christianity, shit on Christianity? That's showing there's some form of trauma there that has not been dealt with. That has not been dealt with. So you know what I went and did? I'm like, damn, I'm trying to skip past that. I need to go heal that. I went and got me a holy motherfucking Bible. Oh, yes, I did. Oh, yes, I did. And I started reading it because I got a different mind now. Christianity ain't do nothing to me. Trav, right? Christianity ain't do nothing to us. That's our grandma popping our ass, making our ass sit in that church pew. making you wake your ass up and take your ass to church and you didn't want to go. That's that Sunday school teacher that took that switch out and popped your ass. Right? Or that preacher that you felt like that was getting over on niggas' ass, which 99% of the time, very true. But technically, the pinch lady, God. Ooh, boy, if you went to Olive Baptist Church in Chattanooga, Tennessee in the 90s, Miss Blackman, God rest her soul. I wish peace on her soul. Boy, she ain't play no games, boy. My grandmother raised the current pastor of that church, and that current pastor of that church has become a bishop now. That's another story. But my grandmother was OG over there, Miss Brooks. I remember I asked a question, and in Sunday school, like, why would God be jealous? That don't even make sense. Boy, I'm gonna go get Miss Brooks. I'm gonna go get Miss Brooks, Joseph. I'm gonna go get Miss Brooks. I'm gonna go get Miss Brooks. I'm gonna go get Miss Brooks. Because the whole class started laughing, right? In Sunday school. Yeah. Grandma took my ass outside, made me pick a switch. That's the only time my grandmama ever with me. Took me outside, made me take a switch, and told me to obey my elders, nigga. Fucker, 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 fucker. Told my ass off with that switch. Hey, if y'all had been following me on Instagram, bro, I had posted a pic from that day, nigga. That day. I'm standing in front of the Olive Baptist Church sign as a kid, like probably like 97 or some shit. Nigga, she whooped my ass that day. Nigga, that's a memory. When I questioned God on being jealous. Why God want to be jealous for? Don't make sense. Oh, I'm just not seeing all the comments. Hey, our reverend bought a Porsche, so I understand. Fly as hell. Fly as hell. His son is a rapper though, and a very damn good rapper too. Son is a rapper. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Tut, YG Tut. YG Tut. That's my nigga. Shout out to him. He the pastor's son, but that nigga can rap his ass off. He friends with Isaiah Rashad. I don't know if y'all ever heard of Isaiah Rashad move. Isaiah Rashad, the rapper, he signed with TDE, signed with the label Kendrick Lamar was a part of, came up with. He from Chattanooga as well. I know his mama personally, like his mama started my locks type shit. And I guess a little name drop there. I fuck with Isaiah Rashad music. Him and Tut, they friends. And Tut daddy, it was the pastor of my church. But no, Christianity never did anything to us. It was the people and how we felt about them. Facts. Pitch later, pick a switch. Yeah, boy, pick your own switch. Young folks don't know. Come on now. That was a memory for real, y'all. Straight up. He said you're a good story. You know what? And I learned some. Shout out to Trav for that blue book, for the blue book. 2025 gonna be a whole nother year, y'all. I gotta get that story. Man been whooped with just about everything that wasn't bolted down. Little hit every down tree. Peace, 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 peace. Appreciate you for coming in here standing on Cosmic P with us, bro. Standing on principle, pushing Cosmic P. I see you you end up following me on IG. Appreciate you, bro, for tapping in with me, bro. It's all love on this end. Nothing but some Cosmic P being pushed. Yeah, I listen to Isaiah Rashad all the time. My little cousin put me on to him. Yeah. I never got to actually meet him personally, but I know his mama like personally type shit. Like I love his mama personally and his stepfather as well. Like that's crazy how I never got to meet him. And he the only one from my city that is actually blown up because Usher Raymond is from my city, but he doesn't claim it. Neil on Rice? What? We gotta have that conversation. Imagine kneeling on some rice, nigga. Damn, I ain't never thought about that. We gotta talk about that. What the fuck? That's a hell of a punishment. Also, Ned, damn, kneel on rice. What the fuck? Also, Ned Flanders from The Simpsons made Christian look all dorky and shit. Right. He did, right? Flanders was ripped and had that Hanuman type devotion, though. Facts. Didn't he? Didn't he? His Lord and boy, come on now. Damn, that's hella true. J. Bond here on the hell, hit the nail, the head, the hammer with the nail with that one. Or hit the nail on the head with that one. Let's read this last comment. I mean, this last paragraph right here. It says, there are therefore three aspects to a sacrament: the formless power of God translated by the abstract to the concrete by our Lord. Does that not show you something? Huh? When you look at the tree of life, God, formless, right? Being consecrated down here, or being, what she say? Being translated from abstract. This is the abstract mind all the way up here. You're gonna have to get real abstract to give descriptions of the supernal triangle in a tree of life. You got to get real abstract, right? And being translated from the abstract to concrete down here. It gets more concrete than it is up there once you get down here to, because she says our Lord, and we know our Lord, where not our Lord, but we know Jesus Christ is a sacrifice God, which deals with Tifereth, right? It had to come down in form. So there are three aspects to the sacrament: a formless power of God, translated from the abstract to the concrete by our Lord. Secondly, the symbolic ritual, which reminds us of that particular function, right? So communion is reminding us of that function of our Lord's work. And then thirdly, the image formed in our imagination when this last forms in consciousness, the circuit is completed. When the pictorial image is formed in your imagination, the circuit is completed. Hint, hint, circuit of power. And our Lord has put us in touch with God. You can only get to the Father through me. Through me. Through me. You down here in Malkuth, through me. To get to the Father, through me. The hangman keeps popping up. God damn it, picture. So I got the card over here. Yeah. All right, y'all. We finna finish this last chapter going into the circuit of force. We got to get this one down because I'm trying to finish this, and it ain't that many chapters, but I'm trying to finish this before the new year pop off. Yeah, I ain't gonna have time to look for the hangman card, but yeah, I know y'all know what the hangman card look like, right? Has to hang down from the highest emanation, right? Bring it on down. The Godhead, right? So the circuit of force. I ain't been changing no pages up here. Fuck it. The circuit of force. This is where we are. Dion Fortune has a book called The Circuit of Force. I think I probably read about 2 chapters. Her and Gareth Knight, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Fire book. Hey, that's what I was gonna tell you, Jay. By here, mine doesn't include aspects of occultism. So is that an extra chapter that's in that motherfucker? Or the words that I'm reading, is it actually the same words that's in your book? Trav said it. Fire book, Circuit of Force is. And it is fire. I didn't want to get sidetracked because I think I picked it up right when I got Mystical Kabbalah. So I wanted to stay focused on Mystical Kabbalah. Hold up. You said J by here, you saying you got a totally different book, bro? Is that what you're saying? You gotta know a whole nother book, bro? Come on, bro. Or is it another book added to it? Oh, it's 2 in 1. Ah, because I have seen aspects of. Oh shit. Okay, that's dope. That's dope. So I need to hop on that one. All right, y'all. Let's try to run through this one. Let's try to run through this one. I'm finishing this shit. Am I breaking up, y'all? Let me know if I'm breaking up. Yeah, that's what I seen on your story on J by Hill. Hey, if you just joined, please hit that like button, y'all. Please share this shit. Please share this shit as well. Hit the like button, comment, share this shit, please. Especially if you getting something from it. Oh, okay. He said he think okay. Sound is great. We good. We good. Everybody say we clear. Okay. Okay. The Circuit of Force, Chapter 5. Damn, it's getting late. I love to do this type of shit. What the fuck? Look what Peter Pan comes in here and say. Hey, Peter Pan, you freaky fucker. Don't try to come in here and stick your hands in my pants. You found the right one to play with today, Mr. Bot. Peter Pan Mini. You found the right one to play with today, Mr. Bot. They need to send bots over here because I'm going to have a fucking field day. I did just answer you, Peter Pan. Come over here and stick your hands in my pants. I got 16 I'm going to lay in your hands. And that's no disrespect to anybody who's gay. I don't give a fuck what you are. This is jokes. I'm here playing games here. Peter Pan, the meat man. Hey, Peter Pan, the meat man. Over here, when you're studying occultism, it doesn't matter which way you float. All right, now, hey, all right, now, y'all. Look, all right, this is gonna be the last. This is gonna be the last one. Long enough to tap your mama on a butthole. That's how long it is. From where I'm at, my dick can reach all the way over there and hit your mama right there on. I can be your mother's anal plug from where I'm at right here, right now. Somebody kick him out of here. Somebody kick him out of here. My fellow folks with the wrench, get that motherfucker out of here. He on that fairy dust. He's asking for a friend. Peter Pan. Peter Pan. I think he needs a hand. Oh shit, bro. Hey, man. Hey, Trav talking about there was a guy in my neighborhood who used to sell meat late at night. Peter Pan the meat man. Out here trying to make a band. Peter Pan the meat man on your neighborhood blocks again. I got meat. Try to sell that rod. Read up here talk Peter Pan. Probably somebody you know. Confused and jealous. Hey. They existed in my neighborhood too, bro. They exist in my city too. So I know a Peter Pan. Peter Pan, you gotta go on timeout. No more comments for you, Peter Pan. Sorry, buddy. Hey, Trav tried to say because he knew what we talking about. Then he gonna talk about, oh, I mean, he used to sell beef and steak late at night. This nigga here, bro. All right, come on, y'all. Circle the force. It is not easy to convey Eastern. It is not easy to convey Eastern thought to Western readers because the dictionary equivalent of terms employed is very far from their significance in mystical thought. highlightable, highly highlightable. It's hard for us with the Western mindset to grasp Eastern thoughts. They gonna reject it. They gonna reject it. It is well known to those that have penetrated. Come on, bro. This shit can't be no more perfect timing. It is well known to those. It is well known to those who have penetrated beyond the outer court in these matters that there is a special use of language, a double entendre, a, as it were, which is made use of whenever questions of practical procedure are under discussion. Least the once born should discover the shortcuts to the secret places of the soul. It is both right and necessary that the precaution should be used, that this precaution should be used, and it will be observed in these pages. For these shortcuts are effectual psychological devices and can be made use of by the undedicated as well by the dedicated. Right, Trav. Dion. Dion. You spit hot fire with that shit. Penetrated. She know what we was talking about, huh? It is both right and necessary that this precaution should be used, and it would be observed in these. Oh, damn. For these shortcuts are effectual psychological devices and can be made use of by the undedicated and as well as the dedicated. And if they are employed by persons with unpurified and undisciplined minds, hold up. Man, my book acting weird. And if they are employed by persons with unpurified and undisciplined minds can prove unfortunate for others as well as themselves. You want to be, yeah, there we go. Remember, Trav, we was talking, I was just talking, man, I got a new video I'm gonna drop. I got probably at the top of the year. But in relation to everything that we have been talking about and new breakthroughs that I got, it's like, remember, we brought it up on one of Trav's lives, right? About how the barrier of entry has been lowered for reincarnation. Motherfuckers hopping straight from squirrel bodies straight into humans, straight from fucking pigs into humans. That also, I posed this question. I didn't say it on your live, Trav, but I'm thinking like that means obviously, or maybe we did talk about it, that means obviously the barrier of entry for conscious folks has been lowered. But you can get fucked up, like, and that's what. See, this is before I even read this page. That's what I had been talking to my homeboy about, and we're gonna bring, and I'm gonna bring it on YouTube. But even then, that means it's just like, hey, you a fifth grader, but if you smart enough to open up the door and walk into a college classroom, if you able bodied enough and walk into a college fucking uh, astro astro science class, fuck it, you can come in. You can come in. You can come on and come in. Fuck it. If you, because the barrier of entry has been lowered. So if you in fifth grade and you walk into astrophysics class and you able to body to do it, fuck it, you can come on in. But don't get it twisted. You can get fucked up in there. You can get fucked up in there because you ain't went through all the grade levels. So you skipping. The barrier of entry is lower, but you skipping and not going through all the steps. Your ass sit down in that class, your mind is gonna fucking explode. You ain't gonna understand shit. You ain't even got to addition yet. You ain't here dealing with astrophysics. You ain't even had enough life experience yet. And you ain't here dealing with astrophysics. And if they are employed by persons with unpurified and undisciplined minds, can prove unfortunate for others as well as themselves, right? What I am. What I am. What I am. Hell yeah, Trav. Now what I'm thinking. Isn't making sense because look at the people in these spiritual communities, bro. They still have like what Dion Fortune say when she started hopping into these occult groups. They were very elementary. They were on elementary shit as far as occultism goes. The barrier of entry has been lowered. People trying to figure out how to pop their third eye open. It would be the last, I would be the last to deny an adult the right to burn his own fingers if he so desires, but think it best to withhold from him the means of raising conflag conflag conflagrations. What the fuck? I can't skip over that. I don't know what the fuck that word means, and I don't know how to pronounce it. Let's see. Come on, man. Let's see what that means. FLAG. Goddamn. Conflagration. A large destructive fire that can cause significant damage to property, life, and death. I guess you say conflagration. I guess that's the way to say that. But think it best to withhold from him conflagration. 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 Conflagrations. Okay. I would be the last to deny an adult the right to burn his own fingers if he so desires, but think it best to withhold him the means of raising conflagrations and other folks. Raising other fires and other folks that can harm other people, right? Another difficulty in the way of conveying Eastern thought to Western reader lies in the fact that the attitude towards life of East and West is entirely different. Did she talk about that in the first chapter? The occult way, right? This is strikingly illustrated by the sacred buildings in the two hemispheres. In the West, the central emblem commemorates suffering, the cross. In the East, it commemorates joy. The men and women conditioned to these emblems naturally evaluate the experiences of life differently. This is what we talking about when we talking about we got to break. That's why I told y'all on my story today, I'm against your culture. Fuck your culture, because your culture is what's keeping you chained. Obviously, I have culture in me, right? I'm of the hip hop culture, right? But I know how to be in the middle pendulum. I mean, be in the middle of the pendulum. I'm not swayed and swinging with the pendulum swing by whenever my culture gets mad, I'm mad. Whenever my culture is happy with something, I'm happy for it as well. No. As Kipling truly said, the wildest dreams of Q are the facts of, come on, man, Kathmandu, and the crimes of Chaplin, Chest, and Martaban. I literally have no idea what the fuck I just read. And I don't got time to look up all these names and these people in these cities and countries. Have you heard of the schizophrenics in the West versus the East? Um, like the how schizophrenia is in the East versus how schizophrenia is in the West. I don't think I have J. By here. I don't think I have. Oh, and I watched that Ramdas video about Hanuman too. So appreciate that fire as motherfucking gem. So if you got some shit on that that's displaying that video, YouTube's on that, I need to see that. I love how she doubled down on the perspective in different ways, East versus West, right? Because it's like I tell people, people like to shit on Western thought or Western society, but I'm like, listen, even black people, even though we went through slavery and all of this shit, we have adapted that mind. So we are looking at spirituality through that mind. You have adapted the Western mind, or the, like I really like to call, the European mind. So you look at spirits through a European mind. You don't look at it as the way you did back when you were in Kemet, Egypt, Kush, Ethiopia, whatever part of Africa or the East, right? You didn't look at it that way. And she's about to talk about, I see it. She's about to talk about the thing that I've been telling y'all. The Indus Kush come from Africa is actually no, the Kushites coming from Africa are pre-dynastic Egyptians, are also the people who went over there and established the mythological systems or the esoteric or the mystical systems in India. Bobby Hemmett just ain't make that shit up. It's common sense when you look at Kush and Indus Kush, right? But we gonna get into that. Let me read these comments, then I'm gonna hear behind back in. I've heard from studies they hear voices angry and hateful in the West, and in the East they are gentle and loving. What does that say about the way the mind is over here? Those are elementals, right? So the elementals over in the West are more aggressive, more savage, right? The elementals in the East are more gentle and loving and more welcoming. I'm not saying neither one don't exist in both sides, but what's more predominant? My theory. Maybe I'm wrong. I have no idea what the fuck I just read. I can relate to the answer when I read a high level occult book. Real shit though. Facts. I recently watched videos about it. I need videos of that. I need videos of that. Don Tree, if you got a video on that, send it to me on IG, bro. In the West, they attribute it to demons or ghosts. In the East, it's ancestors and the gods. See what I'm saying? We have a more disconnected way of looking at life over here in the West. Can I really say that? I'll come back to that. All right, there we go. Indo-Kush was also an ancient Ethiopian, and India was part of it. India was part of the kingdom of the Abyssinia, aka Old Ethiopia. See? Yeah, send me that Don Tree. See? The best approach to Eastern thought is through a classical. Listen, the best approach to Eastern thought is through a classical education. The Greek and the Hindus would have no difficulty in understanding each other, right? Each has the same concept of nature and the same regard for asceticism as a means to an end and not as end in itself. Listen, as a means to an end and not as an end in itself. Eastern thought, however, has penetrated far more deeply into natural religion than the Greeks had the capacity to do. And the mystery of Dionysus and Ceres are but pale shadows of the Eastern prototypes. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. It may be not without value in this connection to examine what is known concerning the origin of Greek mysteries. It is believed, and for the grounds for this belief, the reader may turn to the pages of Prolegomena to the study of Greek religion by Jane Harrison. When the Greek national religion began to lose its hold on an increasingly enlightened people, an attempt was made by no means unsuccessfully to provide a render of acceptable to thinking men by borrowing the method of the Egyptian mysteries. Your Plato and all that shit, and expressing it in terms of older Greek nature cults that preceded the highly poetized tradition of the bright Olympians. She touched on. Did I miss it, Trav? Hold up, did I miss something with Holtman, or is it just coming up? We ain't got to it yet. These old nature cults still linger in the out in the out of the way parts of Greece, and their originators knew this fact. Uh-oh. Their hold on. Hold up. These old nature cults still linger in the out of the way parts of Greece, in the islands, and in the mountains. And the mystery myths show clearly that their originators knew this fact. Knew this fact. For in the term, the gods come down from the mountains, or the goddesses take refuge in the islands. Hmm. Hmm. It must be clearly recognized that these mystery myths are not by any means primitive material, but very sophisticated material. Indeed, being the work of scholars, Mr. The Greeks, they stole from black people. Nigga, they was black. Oh shit. I win, just said it. Original Greek nature cults equals the black Greeks that Bobby used to mention, the Etruscans, right? Some folks don't know that. And throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They talk about how all them statues and shit was one really even made of the Greek shit. Them motherfuckers was made in the 1950s, the 1940s. That's new shit they created and put their face on it. We know how that shit work. We ain't tripping though. It must be clearly recognized that these mystery myths are not by any means primitive material. They are not, but very sophisticated material indeed, being the work of scholars and mystics of a highly civilized era, seeking in the ancient traditional roots of Greek religions for untapped springs of inspiration. It was exactly as if a modern Englishman sought inspiration for Celtic or Norse folklore. No doubt the initiates of the mysteries were regarded as pagan in their own day. Prolegomena, prolegomena is a preference or introductory to a book. Oh shit. Just giving credit to our ancient past. Yep. They were hiding Tartarian shit too, right? Remodeling faces, etc. But shout out to all races. Nah, facts, bro. Facts. Facts. People don't like that, but real deal facts. It's all a part of the evolution. As new what's the name comes in into this what's the name is part of the evolution that's ultimately going to get us to this seed. That's going to get us back to this cosmic edge. That's going to get us back to this center point, that union. What you say, I win? Truth has no color. Here it goes. There is another fact. There is another fact which though known, hold on, let's read that again. Because I'm gonna chop this up and put it on Instagram. There is another fact which, though known to specialists along this line of study, right, is unrealized by the majority of writers on mysticism, and consequently by the majority of their readers. It will no doubt be a surprise to many to learn that Indian initiates believe that the inspiration of their mysteries come originally from Egypt. I'm not saying it. Well, I'm saying it, but I didn't come up with it. I didn't come up with this. This is just what it is. Some people, man, them Indian folk, they stole this shit from us. They stole this shit from us. They didn't steal it. What if a nigga went over there and built it? What if a nigga went over there spreading knowledge, nigga? What if they was already there? What if these pre-dynastics the ones set up all that shit over there? Cause have you seen some Indians? These niggas be blacker than they way blacker than me. They blacker than Trav. They blacker than what's his name? The African goddamn he black. They black. God damn it. The African comedian. You Sakas. Him. I've seen him, bro. I seen him. Heavily melanated. You didn't see him too as well, but I'm just saying. I've seen some. Some I've thought that may be black. in our terms of black, right? What we call black. But they are black. Ooh. Yep. 432 has a drop on that Indian in American history. Boom. The relevant data may be found in the works of Sir John Woodruff, Arthur Avalon. You hear me? You can find that data if you want to research it yourself by in the works of Sir John Woodruff, aka Arthur Avalon. See, in particular, the extract from the Panchakori Banya Hamganya. I don't know how to say that. Page XXIV. I don't know. Volume 1 of Volume 2 of the author's Principles of Tantra. So it's a book called Principle of Tantra by Sir John Woodruff. Go look into it. It follows then that those who have been initiated in the Western esoteric tradition and have taken the grades that draw their inspiration from Greece and Egypt, in addition to the better known alchemical grades, will have no difficulty in understanding much in Eastern thought that is obscure or even obscene to the ordinary students. Oh, hold up, y'all. Now that Trav says that, maybe I have a book buying. Hold up. I got the nigga book. I got the nigga book sitting right here. Check this out. Hold up. And look what it says on it. Arthur Avalon, Sir John Woodruff, The Serpent Power, The Secrets of Tantric and Shakti Yoga. Uh-oh. Having gems right here in your face. This is why I build up my library. Because it's going to be a moment when I need to tap into. I haven't tapped into this book yet, have I? Mm-mm. When I first got it, I wasn't even ready for it. Appreciate you, Trav. Just put that shit in a nigga face. Nigga got it. Don't even know. But when Trav said that key word, he introduced Kundalini to the West. See, I knew. See, now I'm thinking like I've never heard of Sir John Woodruff. But when soon as Trav says that, it popped up in my, oh shit, I remember the guy that introduced Kundalini to the West. First nigga that brought it over here. You niggas want speaking Kundalini. When you was talking about Kemet, Egypt. You weren't speaking on Kundalini to Sir John Woodruff. Introduced it. God damn. Page is clean as hell. Not one underline in this motherfucker. I thought I just seen one. Yes, I did though. If it is some underline, let's see what the fuck I did underline. No, I don't see nothing, y'all. Fuck it. And I got the PDF too, bro. I know Bobby Hemming and Panic brought it up before. I know that's why I ended up getting it. It follows in that those who haven't been listen, check this out. Oh shit. It follows those who have been initiated in the Western esoteric tradition have taken those grades that draw their inspiration from Greece and Egypt, in addition to the better known alchemical grades, will have no difficulty in understanding much in Eastern thought that is obscure or even obscene to the ordinary student. Shout out to Trav, man. Shout out to this guy here. Taught with Shooty, Gyung Yoga, Karikya Yoga. Kariki. Um, the paths of Nithri and Pithri. Did I say taught with Shooty already? The Bihar School of Book is a yoga. God damn it. all that shit. It wasn't hard to grasp this shit. Maybe the Eastern, maybe these Bihar school books of yoga made it easier. But it wasn't hard to grasp this shit. When I read Agora 2 for the first time, it was a little hard to grasp. And then I read that shit a second time, the end of 2023, when I started picking that motherfucker back up. My mind was just, it was just easier to read. I'm like, what the fuck? I tried to read this shit a long time ago. I couldn't get it. My mind wasn't ready for it. Shout out to Pantajali, the Yoga Sutras of Pantajali, right? So that means moved up in grades to be able to, by her words, by what she's saying, being that you had to move up in grade to be able to grasp this obscure or even obscene, which is obscene to the ordinary student. The practical applications of such things, valuable as they could be as a corrective to our insultory, are, however, far from easy to attain. It's hard to obtain that shit. It is frequently said that yoga, as taught in the East, is impractical in the West because the Western conditions of life are utterly unsuited to it. In the Western attitude, utterly unsympathetic. It can only repeat. I can only repeat the standard. Hold up. I can only repeat the standard advice yet again. The student should on no account should attempt the student on no account attempt the practical work of advanced yoga unless he has the necessary conditions of mind, body, and a state. For all these three play their part. Practical yoga should not be done in any makeshift manner, but with proper care and attention to all the material conditions that are necessary for its achievement. If these are not available, it is inadvisable to make the attempt with substitutes. Among these necessities are the necessary number of properly trained persons in a properly equipped and prepared place that is secure for the profanation. Are you hearing her? She's giving warnings for those whose minds have not been equipped or are not ready to alter their conditions of their mind, because you live in a Western world. You have a Western mind. You have a Western body. You have a Western way of life. You fuck like a Westerner. You think like a Westerner. You eat like a Westerner. That's what she talked in the beginning of the book, busting down them thought forms. Again, I emphasize that makeshifts are worse than useless, even worse than useless. So it's worse than being unuseful and unappropriate. If you do yoga at all, do it under proper conditions or leave it alone. And we talking about gung yoga and all that, mental yoga versus physical yoga as well. Not versus, but in correlation with that. If y'all just joined to drop some goddamn well, hit the like button. But despite these provios and warning, these basically it looks like provisions and warnings, I think it worthwhile to write on the subject of yoga because I feel that my training in the ancient mysteries of the West has given me an insight into that the average Christian does not possess. There have been a great many books written on the subject, the writers all frankly recognizing that yoga in its original form is unsuited to the West, and one and all trying to represent a adaptation of it that should be suitable. But one and all, so far as my experience goes, have thrown away the baby with the bathwater and presented a version of ancient science which is like a version of Hamlet, edited by a rationalist who removed all reference to the supernatural. The result does not make sense. The fact, however, remains that yoga as it stands does not suit the West, and that if the mountain cannot go to Muhammad, Muhammad will have to go to the mountain if he wants to enjoy the delights of a high altitude. Our Western culture has bestowed many beliefs in the way of physical sanitation, but the same cannot always be said of it in regard to mental sanitation. So we figured out physical sanitation, how to keep clean, how to have drains running and clean streets and this and that. But the same cannot be said about the mental sanitation. She slick dissing or slick talking about India. And a modification of his attitude is due and overdue, as the psychoanalysis have long pointed out. What did they long point out? The same cannot be said of it in regard to the mental sanitation, and a modification of its attitude is due. A model, a modification of our mental attitude is due and overdue, as the psychoanalysts have long pointed out. In earlier writings, I have tried to show the practical implications of the doctrine of manifestation by means of the pairs of opposite, which in one of the most fundamental and far-reaching tenets of esoteric tradition. Much of what I have to say is so profoundly esoteric and so immediately practical that I have been obliged to adhere to the ancient method of myth and metaphor. You got no choice, right? These things are not for the profane, who would rather misunderstand or abuse them. I am the divine feminine. I am divine masculine. You abusing it. You don't understand it. Those who have eyes to see can read between the lines. Those are occultists. Those are esoteric students. In this present context, I will try to sum up the principles involved. The principles, SOP. I will sum up the principles involved and bring the whole concept to a single focus. Yet, even so, such is its inherent nature, as in fact the nature of all manifestation, that my argument must need move in a circuit. My argument must need move in a circuit, returning whence it started for its final explanation and application. If you think about it, boy, if that's not how she wrote motherfucking um mystical Kabbalah, she always bring up a topic and be like, more on this topic later. Am I right or wrong? She'll bring up a topic, drop some gems on it, motherfucker, act like she finna continue, and then be like, more on this topic later. Or these are not the pages to discuss this topic. Nigga be like, God damn, Dion. Shit. I'm gonna make sure a nigga read this whole goddamn book. Facts, right? That's how she write, bro. She cold with the shit, bro. Like if I write a book, I gotta get up to that level. I gotta get up to that level, like, cause like that shit keeps you like, ooh. It's like a suspense movie, like, ooh, ooh, ooh. What they do on Peter Griffin Family Guy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. That's how Dion Fortune right, bro. Ooh, Jim. Ooh, Jim. Ooh, Jim. Okay. If these are not available, it is inadvisable to make them to make the attempt with substitutes. But we read that already, didn't it? Manifestation takes place when one divides into here we go. Here we go. Here we got 17 people in the chat. Let me get some 17s in the chat. 17. How many times have I seen 17 a day? Let's see. Let's add that up. Right there. Let's add that up. Right there. Before we continue. Yep. I don't care how long we're gonna be here. We finishing this motherfucking chapter. That makes 55 times today. Well, with y'all 17 that y'all adding, let's finish. 1, 2, 3. Come on, J. Ball here. I can't read that many goddamn 17. It's childish, bro. It's childish, bro. Okay. 1, 2. Well, J by here, yours is going. J by here, fuck me up with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 60. I've seen it 60 times today. Look how many times I seen it the other day. He says, however, that was extra. Okay, so it's 7. Well, J by here. Well, see, now J by here makes it 67. Listen, I'm not changing shit. I'm gonna make my screen big. I want to show y'all how many times have I seen it over the last couple days. December 4th, December 12th, it was 64. December 13th, it was 67. December 14th, it was 67. Today, it has been 67. Can't make this shit up. Can't make this shit up. Can't make it up. It was one day I even seen this shit 80 goddamn times. On December 6th, I seen this shit 80 times. Yeah, I don't think I'm lying. I'm keeping this right there. I'm adding this shit up, keeping it up. Sorry, bro, that was extra. Damn, hold up. Only thing I put up out of 17, I drop 17, 17, 17, 7 17s. J Bob fucking hell. I win 17. Childish as hell. He said it was 7. Childish as hell. Okay, Khashoggi dropped, so that's another. So that makes 68 today. So you broke it. You broke it, J Bod Hill. I mean Khashoggi. You broke it. It's all good. 68 today. Talking about some thanks. I win. Okay, then T.O. just dropped. So 69. And I'm a cancel. And 69 make 8, don't it? Put the number 69 together makes 8. 17 plus 1. I mean 1 plus 7 equals 8. Hell yeah, Theory. That shit be going crazy, bro. I was looking for a copy for you with both books and found one. Guess the price. Don't tell me 17. Don't tell me 17, J by here. All right. Let's get into it, y'all. I'm gonna check the comments. I know J by here. I'm gonna put something in the comments. Manifestation takes place when the one divides into two. That's the only manifestation is automatically dual. There's already a separation from the original, right? From the original one pointedness, right? What a fuck weird in this book. Fuck it. 1743. That's 17. That's 717. 4 plus 3 is 7. And then 17. J by here, we can't make this shit up. 8 is such a beautiful and peaceful number. I think straight up. I agree. Let's leave that 1743 up there. So we know manifestation doesn't happen until a division happens, right? When one divides into two, that act and react on each other. Uh-oh. We know what we talking about. We talking about Hokma and Bina right here. What Trav it? Manifestation ends with multiplicity. When multiplicity is resolved or absorbed back into unity. The transition from plane to plane of manifestation takes place in the same manner. In order that anything or fact or in order that anything or factor shall be brought down from a higher to a lower plane, it is necessary to analyze it into the contradictory factors that are held in equilibrium in its nature. There go Trail. In its nature, right? The contradictions that are held in equilibrium. There's a contradiction in the equilibrium. Because why? The two is an illusion. It's a contradictory. The two is the same. The two is the one. The two is the one. That's a contradiction. And it lies in the equilibrium of its nature. To do this, one imagines the opposite extremes of which it is capable and expresses them separately while retaining in consciousness their essential unity when in equilibrium, man. Come on, Dion. Let's read that again. Because I always like to say this is how we know we are at a end of something when all these extremes are happening around you in the news, in reality, in everyday life. Everybody's extremely this and extremely that. And this is happening to its extreme, and that's happening to its extreme. Key is about to come into equilibrium. That one pointedness, that union, that dot. To do this, one imagines the opposite extremes of which it is capable and expresses them separately while retaining in consciousness, their essential unity when in equilibrium. Equally, if it is desired to raise any factor from a lower to a higher plane, one conceives its opposite and reconciles the pair in imagination and realization. Peace, my mystics. Peace. That's why Terrence Howard said one plus. No, I think he said one times one does not equal one. But same thing, different manner, same thing. But that, you know what I'm saying? Like they got tricky and fucking slow and lazy with this math. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? But let's read this again, y'all. Equally, if it is desired to raise any factor from a lower to a higher plane, one conceives its opposite and reconciles the pair in imagination and realization. If you wanna raise the factor of prosperity or getting out of brokenness, you want to bring up richness. You have to invoke this, right? Or if you want to bring up prosperity, you need to invoke brokenness. You need to match it up with its pair. But she's going to get into why. Any pair of factors divided for the sake of manifestation act and react upon each other, right? You get all this money, now you're scared of going broke. See how prosperity in money terms still is in sync with brokenness? Because now you're trying to make sure you survive. Now you're in survival mode to make sure you don't go back to being broke and poor. Alternately, struggling to unite and in the fact of uniting, exchanging magnetism. And then their magnetism being exchanged, repelling each other and striving to draw apart, thus reestablishing their separate individuality. Then, this established in a fresh charge of magnetism has been generated. Once again, they yearn towards each other in order to exchange magnetism, the more potent giving off, and the less potent receiving the charge. Oh my God. Let's read that again because this is gems. Any pair of factors divided for the sake of manifestation act and react upon each other, alternatively struggling to unite, and in the act of uniting, exchanging magnetism. So at first they're struggling to unite, and then after they unite, they exchange magnetism, and then their magnetism having been exchanged, repelling each other. Right? You put two north sides of a magnet to each other, they repel each other and striving to draw apart, right? Thus reestablishing their separate individuality. Then this is established in a fresh charge of magnetism having been generated. Once again, they yearn towards each other in order to exchange magnetism. So then they try to, now that they done pushed off, they yearn to get back together. Don't this sound like cosmic sex or relationships, nigga? The more potent giving off, and the less potent receiving the charge. Does this not sound like divine masculine and feminine principle? So outside of Kether, it separates and create Hokmah. And Hokmah is trying to manifest something, it's trying to come up with something, and it's got to create this opposite that comes out of it. And then they repel each other. They go on two different sides of the tree, but at the same time yearning to come back together until they get down to Malkuth, till they get down to Tippereth, till they get down to Yesod, right? It must never be forgotten in this aspect that relative potency is not a fixed thing dependent on mechanism or form, but a variable thing dependent upon voltage and vitality. Moreover, the charge passes backwards and forward as a alternating current, never with a permanent one-way flow. So it'll never be all masculine ruling the planet, masculine energy. It'll never be a all feminine principle ruling the planet. It always alternates back and forth. That's the pendulum swing. Never a permanent one-way flow. They both working in tandem at the same goddamn time. These are fundamentals of the concept. This is principle, man. What you talking about, Trav? You want what? Oh, just that one sided. Yeah, like without the other, right? I use I use that principle to make any manifestation of visualization within a reasonable sphere of availability. Okay, talk that motherfucking says. Talk that principle. Talk that cosmic P. I do it by not only visualizing what I want, but also what comes with maintaining what I wish to manifest. Facts. That's the shit I'm talking about. Type time I'm on. Neo and Trinity, right? Right? I work to not only visualize the high that I want and the low, the work slash the don't wants or do not wants. You train the mind to detach from the old and raise the vibration. Damn, Trav, I almost put you in time out. My bad. Shiva and Shakti dancing. These are the principles that are in the mythologies. While people still thinking they're people in the sky, nobody here. I know that though, right? These are the fundamentals of the concepts, and they have their application to every aspect of existence. Ignorance of them in our inverted tendencies, in VTE, invert, nope, invertate, inventorate, and our inventorate tendencies, to try and maintain the status quo whenever and what and wherever it is established. Check this out. With our Western ass mind, these are the fundamental of the concepts, and they have their applications to every aspect of existence. Ignorance of them, every aspect of existence, ignorance of them, and I invenerate. That's not invenerate, y'all. I gotta look that word up. Sorry, you gotta be here longer. What is it called? Damn, how the fuck did I pull up YouTube? Inveterate. It may be inveterate. Okay, settle or someone or something does something often or always, or is firmly established by long persistence. by long persistence. Something, someone, or something does something often or always, or is firmly established by long persistence. I want them to pronounce it though. Inveterate. 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 And our inveterate tendencies, right? Which means, God damn it, what did we just say? Firmly establish something. In our inveterate tendencies, which when we trying to firmly establish something and try to maintain the status quo whenever and wherever it is established, causes endless sterility, as needless as it is destructive and wasteful, and whose cause is utterly unsuspected. Same thing. You got to look them definitions up. An illustration will serve to show the far reaching ramifications of the influence of this principle. S-O motherfucking P. Apply those concepts to the relationships of the initiator and candidate, the leader and follower, of man and woman. You can apply this to your relationship. Them Then, having so applied them, read these pages and see if you can see what is written between the lines. This whole needs to be uh, uh, circle of that page. Fuck that. But not only is there a flow of magnetism between the pairs of the opposites, but there is a circulation of force between parts in the whole. Man is a perfect microcosm of the macrocosm. None other creature so is its none is so no other creature so is it taught shares this development. To the angels, the lower aspects are lacking. To the elemental, the higher, in consequence of his manifold nature, man is in magnetic relationship with the cosmos as a whole. You hear what she said about the angels and elementals? Let's read that again. To the angels, the lower aspects are lacking. To the elemental, the higher, in consequence of his manifold nature, man is in magnetic relationship with the cosmos as a whole, not merely with a limited or selected presentation of it. There is a flow and a return between every aspect of our being and characters in the corresponding aspects in the cosmos, just as the chemical elements in our dense body are derived from and returned to the general fund of matter. So, by the process of metabolism, the psychic factors in our subtle bodies are neither static or nor exclusive, but are maintained by perpetual flow in a return like a hot water circuit which flows from the boiler to the storage tank and back again by virtue of its own physical property. No help. It does that natural by its own physical property. What do you do as a woman by your natural physical properties? What do you do as a man by your natural physical properties? What does the divine masculine, divine feminine principle do by its own natural properties? If we are for any reason cut off from this free flow of natural force, some aspect of our nature atrophies and dies. Did you hear that? Or if the flow is checked without being blocked, some aspects suffer starvation. There is a characteristic deadness within this when this occurs, readily recognizable in all the relations of life when once its nature is realized. If the initiator is not in contact with the spiritual forces, he cannot pass them on to the candidate and so fails to initiate. If the candidate brings no real depth or feeling to his initiation, he gives out no magnetism. And as magnetism can only be poured into a person who is giving it out. A little understood, little was understood there. But by far reaching truth, that candidate receives no downpouring of power, and the initiate is ineffective. If a leader has no great principles to guide him, but is a mere opportunist, his inspiration to his followers will consist no more than a hope for a sphere or for a share of spoils. If a man or woman are not each in touch with nature, they will have little to give each other that is of any vital value and soon will part. Listen, man, if you don't know who you are as a man or who you are as a woman, and you just going off the person looks, they status, what they have, and sex, and you don't know who you are as that, you gonna soon depart, and you're gonna get to talk about men ain't this and women ain't that. We finna read that whole part again. We ain't got number half a page left. This is why I'm pushing Cosmic P. I'm standing on principle. And I need everybody around me to stand on these cosmic principles. Cause where we going, we taking it with us. We all standing on Cosmic P. We taking it with us. As I evolve, y'all evolve. As y'all evolve, I fucking evolve. We ain't holding back shit. If a leader, I'm missing comments. I know, right? Damn. SO motherfucking P. I missed it. What's happening? Cosmic P. This is what we mean when we talk Cosmic P. If a leader has no great principles to guide him, but is a mere opportunist, his inspiration to his followers will consist in no more than a hope for a share of the spoils. Pyramid scheme, huh? If a man and woman are not in touch with their nature, they will have little to give each other, other than that is of any vital value, and soon will part. On the inner planes, even if conviction holds them together on the outer planes. So you not gonna be held together on the inner planes. Y'all gonna be divorced and broke up already on the inner planes. You know what that feel like, don't you? Even if convictions holds you together on the outer plane, even if the kids holding y'all together, even if y'all got a house together, even if y'all got a paper marriage, right? In a ring, y'all done on the inner planes, but you don't know who you are. You need to figure out who the fuck you really and truly are before you get to trying to be with somebody for the rest of your life. The operations of magnetic interchange in all its aspects can be cultivated and developed. It is in its subjective aspect, it is developed by certain hatha yoga practices, which, though definitely dangerous if done incorrectly, are very valuable if done correctly. Without this development of the subjective magnetism and the acquirement of skill in this direction and control, it is impossible to operate either safely or satisfactorily. The contacts, hold up. Yeah, the contacts with the corresponding reservoirs of magnetic force in the cosmos. Let's read that again. Without the development of the subjective magnetism and the acquirement of skill in this direction and control, it is impossible to operate either safely or satisfactorily. The contacts with the corresponding reservoirs of magnetic force in the cosmos. If you ain't got this development, you ain't gonna be able to contact the reservoirs of this magnetic energy in the cosmos. But once some degree of development and skill has been attained, once some degree of development and skill has been attained, it is a waste of time to preserve with exclusively subjective methods. Contacts with the cosmic forces, however, are not things to be made at random. Don't be trying to contact cosmic forces at random any more than contact with a lightning flash. Hint, hint. Therefore, formula are used to enable the mind first to contact and secondly to control the chosen cosmic force. These formula can, in the case of experienced operators thoroughly skilled in the art, be purely mental and consistent of images in the imagination representative of the forces in question. Have you done that? Have you got to that point where you can do that with your rituals? Maybe you don't need that candle. Hint, hint. Do you need that candle? Do you need an altar? Can you do without? Right? But only very highly developed people can attain results by purely mental means. And for less developed people, the cooperation of others in group working is necessary. Solitary working soon becomes arid or worrisome or wearisome or worrisome. This is probably what they're saying, or worrisome and unproductive of results, as students of occultism can testify. That's what my Mr. says. Nature would like for women nurturing and men hunt, or is that what we have been? That's what we have to relearn. Yeah, that's what we have to relearn, my yacht mystic. I did a video. If you haven't seen it yet, I got a video on the rise of the divine feminine, masculine and feminine principle. So let's look at it like this. I'm gonna do this because we almost done, so don't even worry, y'all. We literally got 2 paragraphs left. So look at this, my mystic. When we looking at the tree, oh shit. When we looking at the tree of life, because this is the cosmic principles that we talking about. These are the cosmic P that I'm talking about. We pushing because any other system that you can find is gonna fit into this because this is a map of cosmic principles, right? On this side, we have the pillar of mercy, right? Would you agree that the pillar of mercy deals with nurturing and being soft and gentle, right? And loving? Then over here, we have the pillar of severity, right? Which you will call a brute force. Some may even call mean or evil, right? Then we have the pillar of balance. Well, consequently, the pillar of mercy is the masculine principle. So the nurturing aspect is a masculine aspect, right? Well, and see, and then we can tap in again on that because you specifically said women and men. But I guess I need to describe this and show how it actually shows up different when we speaking on principles. So the mercy and the nurturing aspect is in the masculine principle. The severe and hunting, going to do severe things, is a feminine principle. It's something we have to relearn. That's why I've been going in on it. That's why every time I say masculine and feminine, I always say principle. Because we got to get out of this idealism that a woman is solely, listen to my words, key words, solely the divine feminine principle or the divine feminine. Man is not solely the divine masculine. Because what did she just say about how these energies of magnetism work upon on these planes, right? They are ultimately one and they repel and reject each other, ultimately trying to get back. Hold up. Damn, kind of brings a deeper meaning to angels and the divine spirits, being the angels and divine spirit beings. That the angels or angle, hold on, now that's angels, that maintains one inner order which reflects the Gnostic light, but demons being that which forces old light to grow. Right. Okay, my miss, you said you seen it. You said you seen it. Okay. Yeah. Kalima is a feminine principle, right? Because Kalima is this, where Kalima is over here on the feminine side, right? And what is Kalima? She's severe. She's Mars. She's severe. She comes here to cut shit, break shit down, bust down forms, take off heads, kissing ass and taking names, right? And then we got Saturn, the supernal mother, Big Mama, the supreme divine feminine in this manifest reality. Big Mama, Mula Prakriti, which is Saturn, typically called Father Time or Father Saturn or Chronos. But that's because we looking from down here in the physical earth realm looking up. So it looks like a father. Why? Because it's shooting energy out. You know, the divine masculine principle shoots energy out. But if you look from the higher principle, it's receiving. Or you look from this principle, the divine masculine supernal father principle, she's receiving, but everything below her is receiving from her. So that's why when we look up at divine feminine principle, it seems to be masculine. That's where the confusion comes in at. Let me check the comments. We in here. Straw hat kilt. What's happening? Stand on motherfucking principles. We principalin, motherfuckers. Angels, the angels of light. Angels, the angels of light. Right, right. When the light strikes your pineal gland and heavens enters. The absolute light. Huh? The causal plane. Oh, you talking about how you spell absolute? Shit, close enough. I said it right. I knew what you meant. But yeah, Maya Mystic, that's what I try to say. And it's like, because I see a lot of ideal egoism going around. I don't even want to say egoism, but prideful act, because obviously women have been hurt by men. You know what I'm saying? And so it's like an attack. Like people try to make the divine feminine more superior, but we just showed how they are the same goddamn thing, just split apart. Because they both come from Kether here. They both come from Kether. They're the same goddamn thing, just split apart to make manifestation. It's all one. So what is this superiority divine feminine word? Or what is this superiority divine masculine? You tripping. Not you, my miss. I'm speaking in general. Niggas is tripping around here. They don't know the principles. That's why we keep saying SOP, cosmic principles. You can be one. Matter of fact, guess what? Even better, my mystic. You always both at all times. That's the trick. You always both at all times. So whenever you on the receiving end, on the less dominant end, you on the physical, you on the physical, you on the feminine. Whenever you pushing out influence, you on the masculine. And it gets even more deep and detailed with that. Like I'll do an even more deep and detailed video on it in the future, because it gets very tricky. It gets very tricky. So like in Dion Fortune broke it down, like if you more masculine on this plane, on the astral plane, you're more feminine. If you're more feminine on the astral plane, you're more masculine on the physical plane. It flips, it goes back and forth. It's an energy circuit. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Nevertheless, unless there is solitary the operator becomes demagnetized. Consequently, we must accustom ourselves to the idea of a perpetual change of state, an alteration between subjective solitary working and objective group working. Not otherwise can we hope to maintain the sense of zest, which tells us that the forces are flowing freely. See, flowing freely is a divine masculine principle. The divine feminine is the one who gets severe and sets limitation and creates forms. The divine masculine wants to flow freely. Oh, I hear everything is everything, beloved. Love and light. Love and light, brothers and sisters. That's actually a divine masculine principle. That's in your masculine energy. These things are the secret not only of magical power, but of life itself, but life itself in all its relationships. They are things of which even the most enlightened esoteric thought is entirely ignorant. Listen, she's saying some shit that even the most enlightened esoteric thought, nigga, a woman, a man, a female, don't even know. And they are the real keys to practical occult work. This needs to be read. If you don't have this book, you need to get this book. I'm telling you, this shit is fire. This shit is cosmic P. They are the lost secrets of the mysteries, secrets which were lost when an ascetic religion, though a valuable corrective to excess destroyed the polarizing opposite truth, which alone could maintain it in equilibrium. It is the great fault of our ethic that it is incapable of realizing that one can have too much of a good thing. Had too much of a good thing is even bad for you. He said, motherfucker gonna choke on their breath when they hear this shit. It's in the title, Brody. It's in the title. It's in the title. Applied Magic by Dion Fortune. When in order to concentrate exclusively on God, we cut ourselves off from nature. Did you hear what she just said? When in order to concentrate exclusively on God, we cut ourselves off from nature. We destroy our own roots. There must be in us a circuit between heaven and earth, not a one way flow, draining us of all validity. It is not enough that we draw up the Kundalini from the base of the spine. We must also draw down the divine light through the thousand petal lotus. I ain't even read this part. Do you know what meditation I've been doing ever since I seen the picture? Hold up, I'm gonna show y'all because I want y'all to have this picture on y'all mind too. Y'all can do this meditation. I just found it useful and appropriate for my imagination. Hold up. It's in the Golden Dawn book. Hold up. I think Trav showed it the other night. Here's one picture you need to meditate upon. You see that snake? That snake head is up there at Kether at the top. Then you see that sword going down? That's the lightning strike going down, right? So that's the lightning strike coming down. It's touching each sephira. The lightning strike, the sword, follows each sephira on the path down like a lightning strike, all the way down to Malkuth, to earth consciousness, from the Godhead all the way down. And then the path back up is the raising of the Kundalini serpent energy, and it's touching all the paths. Check. Let me get SOP in the comments if you got this image in your head. Do you have this image in your head? SOP in the comments. Let me know. I want to find another version of it. They got plenty versions of it. Look. See that lightning strike coming from the head? And the serpent's coming up? That's a different one. That's not the useful and appropriate one for this conversation, though. I want to see if they had a colorful one. Probably don't. But you can look that image up, y'all. You look that print. You can look that shit up. Now I missed some comments. I'm just realizing I was honestly in my feminine energy because I do not go for anything. Facts, as you should not. Because you know you got motherfuckers out here that rather give you the facts. I mean, that rather want to be right versus giving truth. Some people want to be right so you can stick to them and spend all your money with them. Ain't nothing wrong with spending money to pay for people's services. I salute that and I'm with that. Eventually, I'm going to have, very soon, I'm going to have consultation services. Why not? Why would you not? Especially if you find value in shit. But some people just want to be right and they don't give a fuck about being truthful. Are you really trying to help people enlighten themselves and find the light within themselves and who they are and raise up their vibration? Are you really trying to do that, or are you just trying to be right and prove to people that you right? So people can be like, "Ooh, he right, he right. He the one that was right. He had it right first. He did it first. He was right first." Like, motherfucker, this is about self-realizations and raising up our consciousness through the planes. Is you really wanting the motherfucker to get that, or is you just wanting the motherfucker to come over there and follow you and kiss your ass? You should never go for anything, but go for that principle. I tell you that, my optimistic, you will not be failed. You will never fail following principle. That's why we say stand on principle over here. You can't fail if you standing on principle. Our standard operating procedures, facts. Standing on principle is our standard operating procedure. That's just what we talking about. Damn, I ain't think about that. SOP too, ain't it? Standard. Oh, you just gave me a gem. Straw Hat Kilk. I don't know if you follow me on IG, but you see my title right there. You need to follow me. Because I give you a shout out for that one because I'm putting that in my notes. Standing on principle is standard operating procedure. Very simple. Where the fuck did I put it at? We almost done, y'all. Don't run from me. We almost done. We literally got probably like 4 sentences left. Where did I put this shit at? I just stick it down here. Everybody drop them SOPs. Stand on principle. Standard operating procedure. Oh, okay. Mug say he feel like the lightning. Mug say he feel like lightning in the limbs of the tree of life. He's an ancient Buddhist deity, I think. Okay. Trav said consultation services go. That's a go. 100 fire emoji. Man, she said not even Kundalini is enough. Hold up, we finna get to it. I'm gonna say facts. I win and say SOP. Oh, bro, that's my nigga. The luminary checking in. Oh, bro, send me that. That's my guy. That's my guy. That's my guy. Okay. See, I don't know yet. I don't know your YouTube name, nigga. Niggas be hiding their YouTube name, man. Nigga be hiding their YouTube name and shit, gang. Damn. All right. Yeah, bro. Hell yeah. What was I telling you to send me? I forgot already. Oh, stand on principle, standard operating procedures. I got you, G. Got you. Long live motherfucking brother Pan. Bitch. Bye for man. Let's finish it, y'all. We at the end right here. When in order to concentrate exclusively, in order to concentrate exclusively on God, we cut ourselves off from the nature. We destroy our own roots. There must be in us a circuit between heaven and earth, not a one-way flow draining us of all vitality. Right? It is not enough that we draw up the kundalini from the base of the spine. We must also draw down the divine light through the thousand petal lotus. That's where I was going to go. I ain't got this far in this chapter, right? I had already adapted the practicality of when I do some breath, like when I breathe in, when I inhale, I imagine the serpent going up and touching all those paths all the way up to Ketha. Sit there, hold for 3 seconds. And when I exhale, so when I inhale and the serpent reaches the top, the thousand petal lettuce closes. Is this making sense? When I breathe in, like that's a thousand petal lettuce closing once the serpent reaches the top. And when I exhale, it opens back up. And a lightning strike comes out of and touch each and every path it comes down. Boom! Hit the root. From the rooter to the motherfucking tutor. That's one of my. I don't think I've read that nowhere to do that, but I've been doing that. Meditating on that goddamn tree of life is key. Equally, some practical for you to use and see what comes to you. Equally, is not enough for our mental health and spiritual development that we draw down the divine light. We must also draw up the earth forces. Only too often, mental health is sacrificed to spiritual development through ignorance. Do you hear that? Let's read that again. Equally, it is not enough for our mental health and spiritual development that we draw down divine light. We must also draw up the earth forces. Only too often, mental health is sacrificed to spiritual development through ignorance of or denial of this fact. Nature is God made manifest, and we blaspheme her, at our peril. End of the motherfucking chapter, nigga. Quit trying to run around mental health problems and run over here to spirituality. You need to do your motherfucking shadow work. Quit trying to run around and do motherfucking print rituals and call everybody monitoring spirits and call Christianity this and call this is that and call this and that, nigga. You trying to get your good nigger sticker? Is that what you trying to do? You ignoring your mental unbalances, nigga. You have to deal with them, or you gonna fuck yourself up trying to deal with this spiritual shit. You don't know what you're doing trying to go hop off and a clip off. You don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you tapping into. You got a lot more of your shadow side you need to motherfucking deal with. Before you get to talk about quantum leaping and shit and popping your third eye open and shit. You don't know what that shit is like, nigga. Do you see my eyes? It should not be no surprise. That shit can fuck you up. You need to deal with your mental problems. Not saying in that when I say it in that aspect, it sounds kind of wrong. But the way that I'm saying here is this: you need to sit your ass the fuck down and deal with the jealousy in you. Deal with the greed in you. This is it right here, my yacht mystic. Deal with the greed in you. Deal with the selfishness in you. Deal with your sexual urges. Deal with why you as a man, or fuck it. I'm gonna start this off like this. Deal with why you as a woman don't like other women, why you can't get along with other women. You have to deal with that. What is it about you? What is it about your grandmother? What it is about your aunt? What it is about your mother? What is it about your sister that trickled down that happened to you when you were a kid? Why you don't like other women? Men, you got to figure out what the fuck is it why you feel like you got to prove yourself around other men. What is it? What makes you feel like you're not a man because they said you were this? Because they say you don't pay all the bills. You got to figure out what is it? What is it about you that a man that you say a man is supposed to be goddamn cock diesel strong? Nothing's wrong with it. You need to dig deep. These are shadow sides. Because this is the ego. This is the shit that you identify with. What is it about you, man? Why are you shitting on Christianity if you spiritual? You need to deal and dig deep. You need to deal and dig the fuck deep. Because when you get to fucking with these energies, these so-called spirits, which we know are thought forms, right? Or these elementals, right? Or these dark side demon energies that, being an occultist, we fuck with shit that looks scary, right? You need to deal with those because you know what's going to happen. Those hidden sides of you that you're suppressing are going to find a channel to come through. They will find a channel to come through. And when they find that channel to come through, you might be harming other people. You might harm yourself if you're not standing on motherfucking principle. Damn, Zero, you caught the end. We literally just read the last word. I'm gonna go back and read. Imagining a, imagining a gift of what you just said. Breathing and rising the Kundalini, exhaling lightning strike down, falling down to the Sephra. Facts. That's my technique right there. That's what I've been on. Hopefully I just gave some my mystic, but um you really well here's the thing. I have a meditation that I used to do. And I forgot exactly what it was. So I used to basically imagine, and this was a Lord Ganesh meditation. I basically just used to imagine me bring up mental images of these emotions that I would have, right? These emotions that I would have, or these so-called things that I suppress, and I will imagine it as a scenario in my meditation, right? And I will let that arise and bring up the emotion, right? And strictly look at it and strictly place myself as the observer of me in that predicament or in that scenario. Strictly place myself as the observer. Feel all the emotion, bring it all up. Bring up that jealousy, right? Bring up that fear, right? Bring up that greed. Bring up whatever spitefulness, bring it all up. Make sure you can tap into it. Imagine something may be horrific to you, or imagine something that may be hurtful to imagine. Bring it up. Damn, I can't remember exactly what it was, but and you were imagining this red mist starting to spew out of nowhere. And then you will imagine Lord Ganesh taking in all of those emotions from that scenario, from that scenery that you create in your mind. He's taking it all in. Lord Ganesh is kind of chubby, got a big belly, and he takes all of that shit in. That's the overview of the ritual, right? That's the overview, not step by step, but that's the overview of the ritual. It's in condensed chaos magic. Feel Hine. It's called ego magic and condensed chaos magic. Maya Mystic. It's in condensed chaos magic by Phil Hines. And I just kept having that meditation, kept going through it. I would fight to get away from it. They go another 17, y'all. I would fight to get away from it, but I just had to accept that's what it was, and to the point that shit ain't fuck with me no more. It ain't hurt me no more. I can just look at it as the observer. That's part of the 30-second path, just coming into acceptance that this is what it is. Coming into accept. When I say I start doing that, and I in other techniques as well, the pressure of me start lightening up, lightening up. So releasing the pressure, released from me. And Travis Majors also as well. And like I have more, but I can't give too much just yet. Consultations has to come. I spend my life doing this shit. This is all I do. And I'm not speaking to anybody in general, just anybody in general who may come. You see what I'm saying? Like I have that down packed, like and remember hit by hit. But you can go far with that what I just gave you. You can go very far with that. You can go very fucking far with that, right? That's 70 times that I saw 17. So, in fact, them demons gonna show they self nonstop. How we treat our animals, livestock, pets is a direct reflection of our spiritual evolution currently on this planet. All right, that's the one. Peace, Zero. Peace, my guy. Damn, y'all, I'm missing so much. Damn, you just said, damn, but you just said hit me hard. Okay, long as it means something. So you can honestly, yeah, you can technically, yeah, technically, but you got to understand you the channel and you are the creator of that possession. So it's not some foreign entity coming into you. It's an entity that already exists within you that's been deep hidden inside of you that you probably been suppressing. I wonder if that happened to Jeffrey Dahmer. Couldn't control the forces, right? Right. He became a channel for those forces. Couldn't control them. You see what I'm saying? It was pleasurable for those elemental forces for him to eat, for that cannibalism. See, this is this shit that come from the Kalipov, nigga. You see what I'm talking about? These are urges that's why I tell you, I think these great old ones or these Titan energies or these dark demon energies that come from the Kalipov come through ideas. And ideas made manifest become a person's thought, a person's actions, eventually a person's creations. AI, internet. I don't know what I just said. Okay, I would do that tonight. I journal a lot and meditate, but I always feel gratitude. See, that's powerful. That's the most powerful thing on this motherfucker is to feel fucking gratitude. Salute to you. Salute to you. No problem, I missed it. Amazing technique. Thank you, my Gnosis. I will work really hard all this. I will work really hard all this year with shadow work of deep trauma. Facts. And remember, it don't sound sexy, but we always gonna be doing shadow work. I gave y'all my experience through Travis Major's elemental magic course, right? When he had me write down. I ain't gonna get a method away. I ain't, because I respect that man. Respect the hell out of him and his technique that he came with, right? I paid for it. Listen, I'm sitting here. I paid for it. Yeah, I paid because I find value in it. If you find value in somebody, pay them folks, bro. Pay them folks what they worth, bro. Y'all know. We pay for vapes. We pay for weed. We pay for food. Because why? We find value in it. Pay for gas because we find value when we may complain about them prices, but we pay for it because we find value in it. How valuable is your spiritual evolution? But this kind of teaching are amazing. He got them dark forces in him. Truth getting loud. Damn, I miss it. I think you been wrote that on. I don't know what the hell you laughing at. I ain't telling you what the fuck I said. Yeah, salute trial, man. Salute trial. Look, here she go. I'm gonna take the course. Get on over there. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Um, I don't know if you follow Trav, but follow him. Trav, follow my app Mystic back if you don't. Inbox him. Ask him what's going on. Give him some time. Um, even me and anybody, he takes his time as he should because he does this full time as well. You know what I'm saying? But give him some time to respond. Um, and if you're not subscribed to his channel, I think you are subscribed to his channel, right? So if you subscribe to his channel, I think he'll be letting people know. Yeah, you subscribe. So I think he's gonna be letting people know once he bring the classes back up. Yeah, he gonna be letting people know once the classes come back up. He just finished our first the first round with it, right? There we go, Don. Take that motherfucker. I'm telling y'all, take that class. I'm telling y'all, you'll see. You will see. Oh boy, you gonna see. It's worth every dollar. Maybe he underpriced it. But he understands the people and how the money works and how we have to build up our capital, right? We got to, right? It's a real reality out here. Shit is high. People got kids, people got bills as well, right? He has to make a living for himself and what he has to do to be able to continue to stay in a space, live, do the same shit that we all do, and be able to be in a space where he doesn't have to stress about bills and also teach and give us the information that he's given, right? So salute to my guy, man. Oh, so you on that mystical Kabbalah. That's it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's up. Yeah. Yeah. That Kabbalah is a mind burster. Fuck opening. Not shit on what you just said, but fuck opening that motherfucker. Boom. Here I go. Dum, dum, dum. What they want? What they gonna do? What they want? Doom, doom, doom. It is. Yeah. I keep trying to play my beat, my intro and outro beat. It don't want to play. But y'all, this has come to that point. I don't see no more new comments. I don't think. I don't see no more new comments. I don't think. But here we go. As always, no obstacles will apprehend you. Prosper over pain. Look at yourself in the morning or at night, deep in the eyes, and tell yourself that I don't own. I own. This name is a mantra. This title is a mantra. No obstacles will apprehend you. No obstacles will. Listen to me. No obstacles will apprehend you. Prosper over pain. That is your birthright. Always remember, stand on principle is our operating procedure. Shout out to Luminary. Standing on principle is our standard operating procedure. Anytime you go through anything, you can always fall back on the standard operating procedure, which is stand on motherfucking principle. Right? If we standing on principle, then what do we know? This is what we know right here. No way. No obstacles will apprehend you, meaning there are no obstacles. There are only opportunities. Those obstacles turn into motherfucking opportunities. Peace, y'all. Mad motherfucking love. Keep pushing cosmic P on the ones around you. Keep evolving yourself and the ones around you evolve. Y'all helping me evolve. It's always cosmic love around this motherfucker, nigga. Peace.